So I thought, we'll go through it. And then, okay, my name's McLuhan. My background is in the history of science. And that means that theoretically I'm as knowledgeable and fluent in the hard sciences as I am in the social sciences. It's one of these interdisciplinary courses. And I'm operating out through the College of Engineering and Science, Engineering and Applied Science. So I'm housed in a more scientific aspect of the disciplines. On the other hand, this course will be more of a social science course. So I'll try not to put any equations on the blackboard. It's hard for me not to. But you will not be tested on any equations. So with that, how many are in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences? And how many in the social sciences within that subset? Okay, so how many in the humanities? So I'm assuming the rest of you are in math or science, like biology. Okay, how many are from the College of Business? Okay, so you should be used to the format, because the format is more social science. Arts and media. Okay. So, pre-engineering. Okay, engineering. Okay. So it's about evenly divided between among the colleges. Okay, any freshmen? Good. Any sophomores? Okay. As long as you meet the prerequisites, I don't care. But you're warned, and not warned, but this is an upper division course. And as an upper division course, you'll be, when I talk about the way we grade, is that it's based on the relative curve, so you'll be competing with people who probably have a stronger background than you. So.
What do you mean when those curves, like, explain a little bit more?
Okay, I'll do this again. What you have is, we have 3 exams. And they're given and they're distributed. I think 25% is the first exam, 30%, maybe 40%. This must be 35. Does that add up to 100? Pretty much. Come on, math majors. Yeah. Okay. So. On each exam, you're not going to get an A, B, or a C. You're going to get a raw score. And so what will happen is that there are about 80 students in this course, let's say. And then we'll say the lowest grade, not counting the outliers, out of 25 is 10. Median is 15, and the highest score is 24. All right. Now, what I'll do is just distribute the grades according to a normal curve, and these most likely will be B's. These will be C's, and these will be A's. So what I'm talking about is that the letter grade you get at the end of the course will be determined by the high score in the class and the low score in the class and the median score, among other factors. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that also means, I mean, and the curve is usually pretty close to an absolute curve. So I'll explain it more later, but right now, that's satisfactory.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so my office is at North Classroom 3023, office hours. There's my phone. Now, there's a certain protocol, since it's a course on culture. What we want to look at is science and technology according to cultures other than the American culture. So we have to take into American culture. And one thing that will, I mean, I'm not going to go into this, but we've got studies that tell us that people in European cultures will use the phone in the context of a class differently than in the United States. So the protocol for phone is yeah, call me, right? I don't mind the phone, but I find that students prefer not to use, or my kids anyway, prefer that I don't call them. But that may be personal, not cultural. But anyway, what I'm saying is my preference is that I don't mind people calling. But please use proper protocol. If you call and say, "Hey, yo, Mike, how you doing?" That would be not the correct impression, right? I mean, I can't help it. That's my cultural bias. So just be aware that there's a different protocol according to different communication use. On this email, we've changed teaching assistants. Yours will be David, and I don't have his email, but we'll bring it next time. So if we forget to give you we'll change this for next time. But there'll be David, and he'll be giving you the
What's his last
the
name?
blackboard. Right?
What's his last name?
Weisler, W-I-S-E-L-E-R. So it'll be david.weisler at ucw.edu. I'm not going to write it down because it might be wrong. Give it a try. So, okay. So we've got course description, international and global dimensions. Read over that. But it's an STS course. STS stands for Science, Technology, and Society, or Science, Technology, Studies. Science, Technology, Society is more of a social science course. If it's a Science, Technology, Studies course, it's more of a scientific science course. So this is Science, Technology, Studies. I mean, Science, Technology, Society. Yeah. Thank you. Science, Technology, Society, so it's more of a social science course, right? So for you engineers, put on your social science hat. This is a different classes have different approaches, and you want to approach this class as a social science class, is not statics, thermodynamics, and take all these numbers and reduce it down to one equation. This is the other way. It's more divergent instead of convergent. So there's the objectives, which you can read over. Okay, course format and communication. Okay, I see a mistake. This is not an online course, so cross that out. The final syllabus, or the syllabus that will be your contract, will be the syllabus that's current online, so all this is going to be online on Blackboard. So that will be your definitive syllabus. So right now, cross out this is an online course. This course consists of 3 units and 3 unit exams. If you can't take the exam during the times that are offered, then please don't take the course, it says. I mean, that's kind of harsh. But
Are exams administered online?
yeah, but the question is, are the exams online? And the answer is yes. And the way we usually have it set up is that you'll have, I think, most of the day to take the exam anytime during the day, on Tuesday or Thursday during class time. So when we give the online exam, or when we give the exam, you will not have to come to class. So it's a free day. You can study, chill out, relax, so you can later take the exam. So, but the answer to the question is yes. And then we got something on virtual office that doesn't apply because it's for the online course. Okay. Announcements. I'm going to, a lot of things I say in class, I'll also put up an announcements in case you don't want the class. And then let's get down to the required course material. Is purchase of the reading packet is from the Aurelia bookstore. So let me talk about the packet a little bit. Has anybody gotten the packet? Okay, so in the other class, somebody came up and says they have one from last semester. Should you buy the new one? And I told a cultural joke that I shouldn't, and I'm not going to repeat it. But yeah, I would recommend that you do buy the packet because this one is a lot different than the previous ones. The format is different and there's new material. But if you think you can get along without the, with the old packet, that's fine too. It's up to you. And then, so your first assignment then is to buy the packet and look at Unit 1 readings, which is up there in the table of contents. And in the Unit 1 readings, there will be 4 readings. And you will notice that 3 of the readings are on electronic reserve. And 1 of them is in the packet. So what you have to do, or what you should do, or I would like you to do, what would be the mitigating speech? It would be preferred. Okay. What you probably would like to do is download all the readings from the electronic reserves and then put them into the appropriate place in your reading packet. And there's several reasons for doing this, but the main reason for doing this is the exam is open book. And the exam will be 90 to 99 to 110% on the readings. That's for emphasis. 110 was for emphasis, right? So, the format of the exam is multiple choice. It's online, so what you want to do is have your readings, have your booklet in front of you, in case, just by chance, you don't know the answer to all the questions, right? Or you've forgotten, and then you can flip through the your reading packet really quickly to help you out. The other reason for doing this is that the book, the companion guide, is to help you read more efficiently and comprehend better. So the second thing you should do after looking at the readings for Unit 1 and downloading them and putting them into your reading packet is to read the section on how to use the companion guide. And it will also tell you how to study. What we found is that for this course, though I'll just say it again, is that the most important thing is that you read and understand the reading material. And what I do in lecture is to go over the material and give you background on the material and talk about the material. And then if you don't understand something, this is a good time to say, hey, well, what does Dr. Hess mean about technical or bicollage, right? So I'm emphasizing that the lectures are more for the ground rather than the foreground, and that you will not be tested on the lectures. You may be tested on the videos, which is a different medium, and so you would study video. I mean, you would deal with video a different way for the exam, right? Thank you. Okay, good. An A. No, I mean it makes sense that you that you get tested. I mean, there's a difference between being tested for the lectures, difference between being tested for the videos, and there's a difference between being tested for the readings. And since 90% of the readings, I mean, the tests is based on the readings, you're going to study the readings, right? Okay. Okay, on the readings, the first reading is called The Ethnic Theory of Plane Crashes. And this is written by a sociologist, and Gladwell is asking the question, and again, when I talk about culture and ethnicity, it's that I'm not making any normative judgments about different kinds of ethnic groups. And in this case, Gladwell is asking why did this particular airline, Korean airline, have more fatal crashes that was statistically different than, let's say, the Danish airlines, the American airlines. And Gladwell argues that there's a cultural reason behind it. And then he'll talk about how the cultural reason was solved, or how they dealt with the cultural reason. So you're starting to get an understanding of what this course is about. It's called the International Dimensions of Technology and Culture. So how many are in my other class? Okay, a question?
Yeah, I got so you give us by Thursday an update of the dates for the test. It looks like in your syllabus different from your summer session.
Yes. It's in the syllabus, it's in the summer. Sure does. Okay, on the grading, put a check mark or cross that out, because definitely the exams will not be online. We will get an update. Thank you. On the grading, it says that your first exam is on June 23rd. And then your next is there.
It's probably not on our
What? Right?
It's correct if you turn it off Blackboard.
Oh, it is, it's correct on the Blackboard sheet, okay. And again, this is a draft. The Blackboard syllabus is your contract. And what's good about that contract is you can change it all the time, right? The medium, change it. Okay, so. Okay, where were we? Help me out. What was I talking about?
Culture of plane crashes.
Oh, the culture of plane crashes. So your next reading is Marshall McLuhan, and now that's in the packet. And one way a lot of people find Marshall McLuhan really difficult to understand. What you might want to do is go on Google and see if you can find some other material to get a feel of what he's saying before you go back to the actual reading. But remember, you will not be tested on what you Googled, right? You'll be tested on what's in the reading. So, so afterwards you have to question a question, which of course you're not going to do. You can't say, or you won't say, well, but Dr. Tang, that was on Google. I'm sorry, the exam is on reading, not on Google. But I do recommend using Google to help you get a better understanding. And also, in the last resort, you might try Google if you don't have any idea, right? Might as well, it's there. So, okay. Your next, Marshall McLuhan is closest we can categorize him is that they usually put him as a sociologist. He really can't be classified. And for a while, his writings were in the abyss, or his writings were not that very well known. I mean, they were very well known when they started to not be academically correct. And then recently he's coming back as one of the most profound thinkers in terms of the interrelationship between technology, in this case media, and culture and society. So I'm happy to bring him back. The other one is the cultural construction of science and technology. People have trouble with this one. Mainly because the reading level is bless you. Yeah, thank you. The reading level is about it's graduate level reading. And if you look at the Gladwell reading, it's undergraduate reading. And the reason we know is that we run this thing through. We ran these readings through this thing called the Flesch-Kincaid reading level, and so the highest the level reading is the Hess reading, and then the next is the Pacey reading, the Age of Malaysia. There's just one. I mean, so you read Gladwell and it makes a lot of sense. You go to McLuhan, it doesn't make any sense. And that could be because of the topic. Because McLuhan is a very avant-garde thinking. And then you go to read the cultural construction of science and technology, and it makes no sense. Now, the reason for that is because it's undergraduate level. And then the age of the Asian technology, that's about the same. I mean, that's so if you're having more difficulty with one reading over another, the reading, I mean, the problem may be reading level. The other problem, of course, will be your background, right? And of course, there's an issue of motivation. If if you look at it, you can't stand it to begin with, then you wouldn't want to throw the thing across the room. So it helps if you like each other, but I can't do anything about that. Okay, so that's the readings for and your assignments for next time. Okay, so let's go back to grading. On grading, cross that out. We'll get you the correct dates by Thursday. And by the way, the correct dates are up on Blackboard. And does anybody see if it's available? It is available.
I already printed it out.
Okay, so it's available. So what you do is you go. How do you get on Blackboard?
You just go to the UCB website and then go to Blackboard and log in, and then it's under documents, or no, syllabus.
Yeah, okay. It's under syllabus, yeah, it's under syllabus. So that's your contract, and not this, okay? And like I said, there's a caveat, you know, that we can change the contract anytime, but we won't do it without your permission, or not your permission. What is this, a democracy? No. We won't do it unless we discuss it with you first. Okay. So, but the policies will remain the same, and does anybody have any questions on this, or do you want me to go through that again? Okay. The other thing that you'll probably want to know is that, okay, well, you've taken the score, you've taken the first test, and then what I'll do is I'll give you a tentative letter curve that A's will be 20 to 25, B's will be 19 to 15, C's will be 14 to 0. Okay. I won't give you pluses or minuses, but the reason I call it tentative is because the next time I'm going to do the same thing, but with a different set of numbers. So then what I'll do, so let's say in this case, then you got the scores here. What I'll do is add up all the scores. So the curve will be based on a total of what? How many points? Second time, the rolling curve, the total curve, the cumulative curve, the moving curve. What will be the total for that one? The what?
The average score?
Yeah, so the next time your total score will be, what's 25 plus 35? Right? 60. So what will happen is that the new curve will look like this, is that after the second exam, the new curve may be Does that make sense? So it's a changing curve. And then what I'll do is give you another curve as to A, B, or C so that you have an idea of where you are. And then I'll do the same thing with the third exam. And then at the end, your score will be based on a total of 100. And then I will draw another curve based on $100, and then so on the final, your final grade will be based on the 3 exams. All right. And then I'll base the letter grade on the normal distribution. And I'll base the final grade out of a total of 100. The highest score, highest total, lowest total, and the median, and some other mumbo jumbo, right? And then for the final grades, then you get pluses and minuses. But you won't get any pluses and minuses on the tentative letter curve. Why do I always get dead silence? Well, because you're talking about grades, and that's kind of a fearful subject. You know, don't be afraid. There's worse things. You know,
Is weeping in the corner
like
better?
dying. What?
Is weeping in the corner better?
Weeping in the corner is better. Yeah. I know. Anyway, that's the way it's done. There's always a question of extra credit. No extra credit, but not absolutely no extra credit. I could make, certain. I can't think of. Well, there might be some reason for extra credit, but as a general policy, no. Mainly because it causes more work for me and the other people, right? You have to do more work, I have to do more work, who wins? Then it raises the curve, so it doesn't help to have extra credit. So it never made any sense to me. But I guess they do it in high school. Now I guess they're doing it in college now, right? Another reason is that based on this system, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, structure of exams. All exams are open book. I mentioned that. Most of your two of the exams will be completely multiple choice. One of the exams will have an essay question with 15 points. And the essay will be written, it's what we call a power essay, meaning that you'll be limited in time, not space, but limited in time as to how much effort you put into it. So basically, all the exams are done on this exam application called Respondus, and there'll be a little window there, and then the question will be, tell me about the universe in about 15 seconds. Anyway, so there'll be a little box there, and then what you do is, probably the best way to do is to, when you're taking the exam, write it first on Word, so you can spell check. And then just kind of paste it into the box. Okay. The rest, no sense in going through this in detail because this is not the official syllabus anyway, which is online. So. Are there any questions? Yeah.
What's your policy on giving your student classes, like take notes and such?
The use of policy during class to take notes of computers, right? Yeah, but that's fine. But the thing is that also if you use computers and you decided to go elsewhere, that's fine. But what happened in the last class was that there were these two people who were using the computers and they started laughing and talking to each other. So I slammed them pretty hard. I don't care, but be polite, right? I mean, I realize you don't have to hang on every word I say. So, yeah, it's fine if you bring the computers. And it's also fine if, how can I prevent you? from writing an email to your girlfriend. I can't. So, but just, don't be obvious about it. Don't start crying and saying, oh dear boss, I can't stand writing this email to you that we got to break up. Understand the protocol. Anything else? Yes?
How is this class different than your 3400 class?
It's complete. The format is the same. The themes are the same, except that in the 3400 course, I'm going to concentrate on a particular technology, which is the Internet and the World Wide Web, and I'm going to concentrate on American culture. In this one, we're going to focus on foreign culture and only use American culture as the background. The content is completely different. Okay. Well, welcome to the class. If you're new to the college, to the university, welcome to UCD. You made a better choice than that other touchy-feely place. Now remember that the syllabus you have, unless you downloaded it from the web page, is outdated and the wrong syllabus. And all the correct information is on the syllabus that's online. And then, we were talking about the exams before, and interesting. So there'll be one exam per unit, total of 3 exams, and they'll be available on the date. And as I understand it, it'll be available at 12 noon, so it'll be half day rather than the full day. And the regular exams, and we talked about the curve before, and then try to make the exam. Of course, if you can't, because of problems, we'll make other accommodations. But see, we want to be really nasty. Very explicit and unmitigated on the syllabus, right? Because this is a legal document. The medium is a message, as you will find out. Okay, structure of the exams. All exams are open book, and on each exam there'll be multiple choice questions, and on one of the exams there'll be an essay question. We'll talk more about the essay question later on as the exam approaches. And then there's this paragraph here that says the exams are structured to test your reading comprehension and writing ability within the context of science, technology studies. And the writing rubric measures your ability to write down important ideas with the ancillary support of these ideas quickly, coherently, and cogently. And I'll emphasize why are you going to have to put these ideas on in your essay quickly?
Because there's a time limit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a time limit. And again, if we look at this exam as a technitotum, in that there are things between the lines that you have to realize, is because there's a time limit. That means that you're going to have to prepare a certain way to write the essay. And so when you prepare for the exam, think about the structure of the exam and how to deal with the structure of the exam the best you can. And so this idea of writing an exam, writing an essay within the time limit, because nowadays usually you get a take-home exam and you can spend forever writing it, right? And in this case, all you have to realize is that it's what we call a power exam. A power exam is one in which you have a time limit. And it's based on the type of exams that you would take in the GRE, SAT, MCAT, LSAT, and what are those? What? PCATs. What is that one?
Pharmacy test.
Oh, pharmacy. They got a special one for pharmacy tests. now. Okay, so, those testers, God, they should all be taken shot, right? It's just, but anyway, now there's a certain logic behind all these exams. They're what we call power exams because they're time limited. And therefore, if you happen to be, we'll say, somebody who's very thoughtful and like to think things through and look at nuances, will this particular type of exam benefit you or not benefit you? Not, right, of course. And we find out certain, since this is a cultural course, we can look at some cultural aspects of exams. With men, or we'll say there are two types of exams: a regular essay exam, which you have an hour and a half to write it, or a power exam like ours, where you only have 15 minutes. Or a multiple choice exam. So you got a multiple choice exam, you got essay exams. Which gender prefers what? Not talking about individuals, just which gender. What? Sure. And that's because they're not as smart as men, right? Oh, God, turn this thing off. Right? No, it's because of the cultural preferences. Some have argued, and some may argue, that actually women and men think differently. So, meaning that women are hardwired differently than men. Quick survey, how many think that's true, that they are that the genders are hardwired differently? Okay, so shouldn't do that. You should know my cultural biases. I don't mark it down. You got to think the way your professor thinks. Isn't that the way the exams work, right? No, usually it's about 50-50. So there's two different hypotheses, and I'm not sure which one is correct, and it can be argued both ways. But that's the nature of science and social sciences. That you formulate. Is that a cell phone? Oh, it's a computer, huh? Figure out my attitude toward I'm teaching a technology course, right? And it drives. Okay, I did this in the other course. Might as well do it here. How many of you have cell phones? What's the question I should have asked? Okay, how many of you don't? No, I don't have a cell phone. God, why would I want a cell phone? God.
But Dr. Tang asked how many people have landlines.
How many people have landlines?
That's the only phone I have.
Oh, so you don't have a cell phone either.
I only have a cell phone.
You only have a cell phone. God, what a weirdo. So, okay, and notice, of course, that different people react differently to different technologies. Different generations will react differently to technology. Different cultures will react differently to a technology. And I asked this in the other course, so those who took the other course don't answer. You can answer if you want, but because there's several correct answers. Why were the Japanese the first to take to the mobile phone or to the cell phone? Faster than the Americans, by the way. So what we're looking at is we're looking at a word that you'll be encountering. The cell phone is a technology I mean, as a technototem, because if we look at the cell phone as a technototem, it can tell us something about the Japanese if we know that among the Japanese, that the Japanese were first to take to the cell phone in greater numbers, in greater ubiquity. So any hypotheses? Say, I mean, the Chinese were very slow. Sure.
I think it's because they're like on a 24-hour schedule, and so they're like always up, and they always have like our stores close at like 9 or 10 o'clock, and they have like 24 hours like running around them, so they're always like go.
That's an interesting cultural theory, because the Japanese are known for being hard. I mean, they're unlike, you know, other cultures like me, kind of laid back, and, you know, God, who cares? I mean, it could be. I mean, that the cell phone facilitated immediacy and efficiency, and so that particular culture that values time and the quickness of time and doing things really all the time and in fast time would take to the cell phone quicker than other cultures, especially that. Yeah. So I don't know how would. And now we'd have to formulate put it in a formal hypothesis and somehow take a survey or look at literature and test the hypothesis. So, any other? Sure.
Maybe they possess or have access to natural resources that are needed to make cell phones?
Yeah, that's but the cell phones, I don't think were invented by the Japanese. I think we invented the cell phone. I'm not sure. But we know, so that could be an issue. But see, that one could be easily be tested, because if they don't have the resource, that's not a good hypothesis. If they do have the resources, that may be a good hypothesis. So, sure.
I wonder if it has anything to do with like individuals trying to connect to like their surroundings or their community or.
In what way? I mean, I think I mean, how is our spatial? What are the spatial differences between Japanese culture and society and other American, South American? But anyway, those are the questions that if we look at the cell phone as a technototem from a cultural perspective and an economic perspective, then it tells us it's a way of looking into the Japanese culture versus the American culture, or versus the African cultures or Asian, other Asian cultures. So, and then you can also look at the technototem from individual point of view. And then we're talking about personal values, right? And something's wrong with you because you only have a cell phone. I'm perfectly normal because I don't have one, right? I'm the only sane one of the bunch. Correct? Good. A. But I know you were being sarcastic. Okay, so so a term that we're going to be talking about is, and I could go on with a cell phone, could give a whole course on it, because it really is a technototem that can tell us a lot about culture. And another one I brought up in the other class is the Americans were the first to take to TV in greater numbers, in greater facility than any other culture. Why would that be? It was invented in Germany, by the way. Yeah, I think that's probably the most. But I did. Unfortunately, though, we didn't have at that time. America was the richest economic. It was the economic superpower. Yeah. Yeah. They got lazy. Okay. I mean, that's another. That'll be a cultural rather than the economic reason. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Or could it have something to do with like the American dream, where the family sits in front of the TV and like the ideals that they have set, kind of like at the
Has something to do with the American dream. To me, it's an American nightmare, but that's my. No, I don't know. Elaborate. I mean, what relationship would you say exists between television when it first came out and the American dream? So you have to figure out, well, what is the American dream? So go ahead.
I mean, the cultural aspect of it, like where everybody goes to work in the morning and comes back, and then like as a family sits in front of the TV and watches, and entertains, like that aspect.
Oh wow! Because in the old days, that's interesting because it was a community thing that was missing before, and that there was something that was lacking in our culture. I don't know. You can write a thesis on it, So, yeah.
Maybe it's the need to congratulation, like say 3D groups, policies, and TV on before the you had to wait for a certain portion on the radio, or you had to go down a hall or something, talk with other people and interact, where TV allowed you to.
Okay, but wouldn't radio give you instant gratification?
Maybe you can look at something specific in terms of music television. Like say you want to watch cartoons or something, you can turn on into a channel that has cartoons. You don't have to wait for.
You can do that. Well, watch. I mean, that could be the key word because it's a different type of medium between radio and television because it's a visual medium. Later on, McLuhan, when you read McLuhan, television is a multisensory medium because it not only, and he would call it a tactile medium. And so the question is that you have a certain type of technology or medium. Why do certain cultures gravitate to that one faster than others? We've got an economic reason, which I think is a pretty good reason. Unfortunately, we can't prove it. What would be ideal if the Russians were equal to us and none of them watched TV? Then we'd have a hypothesis that we could test. But I think economics would be the reason we were richer than anybody else. We could afford them, and here it was, and it gave us instant gratification. It helped the family get together. All these things that will follow once we got the TV. So, okay. Of course, these questions. Empirically, it's kind of interesting for me is because we didn't get a television set till I was 12. And the reason that I gravitate toward the economic issue is because our neighbors that were economically better off than us. So we had more things that we considered more important, right? So we were slower in getting the television than our neighbors. And then there's this peer pressure that starts working in which everybody, because the Joneses have a television, this was brought up before, is that if you don't have a television, it's even worse than not having a cell phone. You're really an oddball, right? Because of the peer pressure. So with the television, it is an interesting so to me, from an empirical point of view, that was, or a personal point of view, that was an interesting experience. And then later on in the 60s, when I went into the Peace Corps for 2 years, I didn't have television, right? Because it's in another culture that didn't have television. Whereas with most people in America, it's ubiquitous. So then what I got at that time is to be able to look at the situation a little bit more objectively. Because McLuhan says environments like the cell phone, like the television, like this classroom are invisible. And you can't see them any more than a fish can see water, unless you make a deliberate effort to say, hey, I'm going to look at this technology from an objective point of view, or from a point of view where I'm separate from the environment. So then the third incident with the TV was that I started to think that there's something about the television that you know, I was making a value judgment that was not conducive to you know, some of the values that I held, which was you know, being able to think quickly. I mean, but that was just simply an intuitive feeling. And then I read somewhere that television was a drug. And the evidence for that is that, one, if you attached, what they did was they attached electrodes to the brain and have people watch TV and their different reactions. And the conclusion was that you know, it was definitely, it was like Prozac, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I haven't read the experiments, but the wavelengths when watching television were the same independent of the context, or certain wavelengths were the same. In fact, they were the same. You couldn't tell the difference. Meaning that if you watch something terribly violent, or you watched, what's my favorite show? The Bachelorette, I don't know, whatever. But it didn't make any difference. The physiological reaction in the brain was the same, regardless of the program that you were watching. And then McLuhan, from that, came up with his, a famous aphorism of his, which is the medium is the message. That a particular medium or a particular technology will carry with it a message independent of its content. And what television was doing, like the cell phone, is give a different message independent of the context. So, and from the last class, we were talking about texting, and it came up because I mentioned a student of mine says, "Oh, I love to text. That's a great way to get dates." But then, of course, if you're looking at that medium as a technototem, what's the next question that you're going to ask? Why would this guy say? I mean, okay. What? I'm sorry? Oh, here's what he said. He says, it's really great. I used to call them up, and they'd say no. Now, what I do now is just text them, and then they know it's going to be there, and then they're going to have to respond or not respond. Not only that, it's an end game, end meaning like in statistics, a numbers game, so you can text 50 million people, and, right? Not worry about it. So looking at texting as a technototem in the context of this strange ritual called dating. What can you say? I mean, what can you say about why this person preferred texting to calling somebody up on the phone like any normal person would do. I think that's, yeah. Right. 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 So we already know, I mean, from that we can say that the telephone is a much more personal medium in that it will convey a message differently than texting, independent of the content. And we know that for sure. I mean, we also realize that email has a different message. And in the other course, I'll talk about this. There was a famous confrontational dialogue or confrontational communication between a professor and this computer science person who invented an operating system called Linux. And they call it the famous flame wars. So what does that tell you about email? As we'll say, person-to-person, the phone, or maybe in the future video text. But somehow this flame war started to get out of hand and everybody started participating in it on the internet and people were insulting each other. Sure. Right. McLuhan would say email is a hot medium and it'll tend to incite emotions that may not have been intended. And that's one, so when I mentioned before, if you have something really, I mean, be aware of why you're communicating someone and why you use the phone and why you use email, why you use texting, and also the protocol that I mentioned last time about email. Emailing should be very formal, or you try to. Email is very unmitigating. So one way to assuage that is to say, I say, dear class, right? And then I try to use mitigated speech because it's such a hot medium that people could take it wrong. And we have empirical evidence of that going back to the flame wars on why you have to. And that's why some people prefer. How would you compare texting to formal email? What would you use texting for and email for? But what's the hidden message? What's the different message between texting and email? Yeah, I think so. Right. So you abbreviate, Yeah, it's illiterate. It's yo tang. Right, as compared, and with email, it's because you can take more time and it's got more space, so you can spell it out in a more mitigated fashion or a different fashion. So, okay, so that, but all that led to, going back to the purpose of the discussion is that look at the exam, and this is you're going to encounter this with Hess. You're going to encounter a term called technototem. So look at your exam as a technototem, that it carries a message independent of the content. And not only does it carry a message independent of its content, it also tells you something about me, and also tells you something about the class and the course and the value system that's attached to it, right? I mean, and you're going to know, I'll say this, you're going to find out I'm a quantitative type of guy. You know, I can't stand the liberal arts people that, you know, that everything's cosmic and touchy-feely, right? And that will be reflected in the exam and the assignments because you're looking at it as a technototem. The second purpose of this is to try to relax you about the exams. Well, that was a failure, wasn't it? Okay, so that's the exam information on the structure of the exams, and then studying for the exams. Okay, let's just finish this, and then I've been talking enough. On studying for exams, go through this on the syllabus, which is a brief summary of what's of the preface in front of your study guide, because it's a particular type of exam. There's a particular way to study for it, and hopefully these will be helpful. Now, this may not be helpful for everyone, because everyone's got their own learning styles and their own way of studying. So, and then a bit of information on taking the exams. And there's a disclaimer, and basically that this class started out from funding from the National Science Foundation, and we keep records as to, you know, what goes into the class and how it's been changing. And so, I may, you know, change the syllabus in the middle of the course. I won't do that without giving you advance notice and talking to you about it. And then the final thing is the honor system, which means the exams are such that because they're open, not because they're open book, but because they're online. So he says, "Oh my God, you got a good friend who's really smart and who studied and you didn't." He said, "Oh my God, I got to get it. I'm going to pharmacy school. I got to get an A in the class." So I mean, you're technically savvy. What are you gonna do, right? You're gonna say, "Hey, would you just go to the lab and, you know, take the exam together?" Correct? Remember, I'm basically, in this class, I try not to be didactic or make moral judgments, because but don't do it, because we might catch you. And the way we do it is that we have I'm pretty proud of this. In fact, I think I should get it patented. It's a machine that automatically detects collaboration on multiple choice courses with a statistical analysis behind it, calculating the odds of you and your friend. Or, you know, if this were CU Boulder, it'd be all the fraternity brothers, right? So, you know, the thing is, most people don't do it, but I just feel obliged because it's a big pain, right? I have to go and run the damn software. It's got a bunch of bugs to it, and then I have to calculate the odds, and then I have to call you in, and I'd rather meet you under other circumstances. So, okay, let's finish. What time is the class over? So, 11:45. Well, this is. Start looking at Marshall McLuhan, and that should, you know, for the next 2 weeks, that should do it. So, okay. So basically, The theory of plane crashes by Gladwell is an introduction to the course, give you give you a theme and an idea of the relationship between culture and technology. Has anybody read it? Okay. So, what particular technology are they talking about?
With the plane technology, or
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
they talk about the black box that records the conversations, and I don't know if that's different between cultures, but they talk about more the communication and how the different pilots are using the same technology in the plane.
Okay, good summary. And you came up with a keyword, communication. Like in the lecture, in the reading, they're going to talk about some key factors, correct? Key factors that contribute to plane crashes. And I think you might, when you do the reading, look at those three factors. And one of the most important one is communication between the pilot, the co-pilot, and the engineers within the cockpit. The other factor that contributes to plane crashes is the major cause. What would you think? That's not a human factor. What? Mechanical failure. Not, but they're finding out the mechanical failure is not that great of a problem. I mean, that's more in movies than in statistical evidence. It is a problem, but I don't think it's on the top three. The other is weather, which makes that sense. And you can see how it's being connected is because did any of you fly in here? Okay. You pilot? No. Yeah. Anybody pilot their own plane? I got a friend that just invited me out, and I'm having second thoughts after reading this ethnic theory of plane crashes. But the thing is that that the factors that the communication is the top problem that they think causes plane crashes, and the other problem is weather. And then there's the third problem, third issue that's high up statistically as the cause of plane crashes. And I'm not sure what that would be. That's why I'm asking if there are any pilots here, because maybe they could, from experience or at least their training, tell us what that third factor is. So now, if communication is a factor, then in the cause of plane crashes, and you've read the title, it's called The Ethnic Theory of Plane Crashes, which is kind of a dangerous title because it's not politically correct in some circles to talk about ethnicity in a scientific or objective way. So, but what with so I'll do it in a broader context. What would communication and culture have to do with plane crashes? Language barrier is part of the problem. But it's not so much the barrier. You can't say language barrier per se, is because what's the lingua franca of airplane pilots? English. So if you're a pilot, supposedly, you're supposed to be fluent in English. Of course, very few people are fluent in another language. So yeah, there is a language problem too. Okay, the question, the question is that could it be different techniques in the training? And then I'm talking about, and I would ask what kind of techniques are you talking about? Okay. So you have the different ways. Uh, so you would train an Indian pilot differently than you would. But what if you're, if you're flying out of New Orleans, you got a monsoon season. So I don't think that would be the. I mean, the answer is no. That one of the main causes is not different kind of technical training. There is going to be a kind of training involved. Yeah, Emma. Okay. Okay. So Emma's talking about the key word in the reading when you go through the reading is called mitigated speech. So you're going to have to understand the what mitigated speech is. And how do you spell it? Okay, so it's going to be. And then related to mitigated speech, you might, it'd be a good idea to bring this because I'll do this every once in a while because what I'm teaching you is how to read this particular text and what to look for when you're reading. Does that make sense? And why are we doing this? What's the main reason for doing this? You don't understand the American educational culture, do you? I mean, nothing in school is fun. I mean, it used to be, but I mean, in fact, I was just walking over here and I heard this other guy and says, "Hey, I got to get an A or a B in the class because I need that in order to get into dental school or whatever." He says, "Oh, great! Well, now we can study together." We're not studying together for fun. So the reason I'm doing this is that hopefully I can give you some techniques to be able to do what? Yes, to do well on the exam. Correct? No mitigated speech here telling you the way it is. Of course, if you learn something on the side, that might be, that'd make me happy too. But the most important thing for you, right, is what? To get an A in the class, right? Most important thing for me is that you give me good evaluations. It's really, I'm past that, but that's the way. That's what we call unmitigated speech. I'm not beating around the bush, right? So get that concept in mind. Now, related to mitigated speech and unmitigated speech, if you have your reading with you, is this on the e-reserves or? Yeah. Okay. See, it helps if you read this first and then what, because on the exam it says mitigated speeches, and then you don't have to panic because you know where to find it, right? So, but related to mitigated speech is, what's it? Personal distance index? Is that what it is? Do you remember? What's it called? Because I don't have the original. Oh, yeah, I got it here. I have the original. God, my eyes are getting bad. I can't see. I tried it at Kindle. God, what a piece of nonsense. Paid $120. I'm sorry? Is somebody begging for an F? Somebody said I don't know how to use it, so I won't try to identify. Okay. What page is it on? 205. Power distance index. Okay, so this is going to be key in understanding the reading. So P power distance index, and then you have certain countries with high and low power distance index. Anybody? I think they got the list of it somewhere. How can I flip through the Kindle this way? Oh, they got a search on it? Oh, good. So, well, that'll be good. And then you can search for the keywords and get the right answer on the open book. Oh, 209. Okay, I'm going to bring my Kindle, so for extra credit, you can tell me how to use it. I don't want to waste my money on it. Okay, 209. Okay, here are the top 5 pilot PDIs in the country. So the high PDIs are Brazil, South Korea, Morocco, Mexico, and the Philippines. Low PDI, and who has the lowest PDI? United States. Good old Americans. Well, God, God, what a culture. Low PDI, right? You have to remember, this is a course in international dimensions, technology, and culture, right? So low PDI, U.S. Who else? Ireland. Oh yeah, of course, right? All they do is drink and have babies. Is this being recorded, Mike? Scratch that. I don't want to get in trouble. Okay. South Africa. Australia. This really makes sense. And then New Zealand. Very interesting. So when you look at that, and from reading the book, what correlation can you make between plane crash? If you're making some inferences, what kind of inference could you make between high PDI, personal distance index, and low personal distance index? Looking at what you've got there. I'll give you the frame for it. We're talking about plane crashes and culture. So you're going to form the scientific hypothesis. What would your hypothesis be, heuristically speaking? You're just looking at these things. You haven't even read the book. I mean, you haven't even read it, but you should be able to infer. So it's not fair. Yeah. Yeah. The higher, is it? Yeah, correct me if I'm. The higher the PDI, the more likely that there'll be a plane crash. And what is the problem then? We already ruled out mechanical failure. What of the 3 causes of plane crashes is the highest? So it's a problem of what? Communication. So basically that's the theory, and remember everything that you read is a theory. But this will give you a frame, an idea of reading Malcolm Gladwell. Okay, so I'm going to give you an overview of Gladwell, and then next time we'll finish up by spending some time by looking at some of more of the details that we'll be looking for that may or may not be on the exam. I don't know if it's going to be on the exam because the exams are generated randomly from a database by the machine. See, sometimes I practice. I may not have a cell phone, but I love machines doing other things. Cell phone and the Kindle is absolutely useless. But machines to detect, to help, to generate exams are great, you know, because a student can't come up and say, Dr. Tang, that's a bias question. How can it be biased when it's generated by a machine? Correct? Not only is not, and not only that, we use the machine in order to filter out what are good questions and bad questions. So if you come up and says, that question is ambiguous, it's not a good question, then I can show you the numbers that says it's a good question. How can you argue? I mean, you're not arguing with me, right? Everybody realizes that if we put a number behind the argument, it's 70% more likely to be believed. That was a joke. You know? Okay. Anyway, so let's look at Gladwell. So what I'm going to do is give you a background on Gladwell, because if you know his background, then you also know, hopefully, what he's talking about. Okay, so we're talking about biography of Malcolm Gladwell. Notice he comes from mixed heritage, so, and that's probably one of the reasons he's interested in, one of the personal motivations for studying the cultural theory or the ethnic theory of plane crashes. He does a lot of other work about different cultures and how different cultures react or have different value systems, and how those different value systems interact or work under different circumstances. So his father's British, and his father is a civil engineer at the University of Waterloo in Ontario. His mother's Jamaican, and she's a psychotherapist. So that could be another reason for his background and his particular interest. Although he's more of a sociologist than a psychologist, what he'll do is take in psychological aspects of explaining different social phenomena. And his mother's a writer, brown-faced big master. And it's pretty, so his heritage is mixed race. He's West Indian, English, Irish, Scottish heritage. He has a BA in history from Trinity College, University of Toronto, Canada. And to give an example of how different cultures work is Gladwell immigrates to the United States to the East Coast, and so he's in the publishing business, or he's an aspiring young writer, and then everyone, so he notices that every other person he meets says, "Oh, by the way, I'm from Harvard," and he's from Canada. Who gets it, right? So immediately what we can do is we can see that maybe there's a difference between the Canadian system of education and the American system. And surely there is. One thing is that there are no elite schools, and there are no elite schools and not elite schools. There are different universities that have different purposes. The other thing is that it's a socialistic system, that all the universities are government run. And in the old days, we considered the Canadian universities inferior. 40 years ago when I was applying to med school, I applied to McGill University. It sounds like a private university, doesn't it? And to med school as my safe school, right? School I could get in if I couldn't get into the better universities. And thank God I decided not to go to medical school. You should see how I am with a grapefruit. But it turned out, so McGill University was my safe school 40 years ago. Now it's harder to get into McGill Medical School than it is to get into Harvard Medical School. So things change. So what I'm saying here is that Gladwell, being Canadian, will look at aspects of culture, including American culture, differently than somebody born and raised in America. Also, he's going to look at culture a little differently too, because he comes from mixed heritage, including on one side the very high-powered, distant type of people versus a low-power, distant type of people that you would find in. No, I don't know. In Jamaica, they should be pretty high-powered. I'm not sure. I don't know that. So, okay, so he's written this book called The Outliers, and basically the Outliers. I'll lose it. Oh. The subtitle of The Outliers is the story of success. So basically, he's looking at what makes for why certain people are successful, or why certain organizations are successful, and why other organizations or individuals are not successful. And in the case of the ethnic theory of plane crashes, he's looking at why a particular airline has been notoriously unsuccessful, in the sense that that particular airline had a series of fatal crashes within a framework of time that should not happen. And these are the best, among the best engineers, the best pilots, as far as training is concerned. And yet, Korean National Airlines had the most dismal record of plane crashes in the world. In fact, it was getting to a point that was so bad, the other certain European airlines ended their contract with Korean Airlines on the basis of the crashes alone. So this is what Gladwell is examining. And in other parts of the book, in our other course, we'll look at some individuals who are extremely successful. And the ones we have there are Bill Joy, Oppenheimer, and the Beatles. Easy question first. Who are the Beatles? Yeah, a rock band back in my day was, I don't know. I'm surprised they're still alive. I'm the same age as one. I'm surprised it's still alive. Yeah, it's a rock band. And then Oppenheimer. Who's Oppenheimer? This is general education course. So when you're at the cocktail party where your boss is looking you over, you'll be able to say, oh yeah, I know Oppenheimer, right? And the boss will say, you're hired. Correct? Isn't that the way the real world works? Okay, who's Oppenheimer? Father of the atomic bomb. So the question is, why Oppenheimer was successful. Covered that, the reading that's and why this other genius was not. And then, who's Bill Joy? Take my other class and find out. No, Bill Joy, yeah, sure. Bill Joy is the founder of, who's in computer science? He was with Sun Microsystems. Yeah, that's right. Not Java, Unix. Yeah, Unix. And what is Unix? An operating system, right? Okay, good. I mean, what if your boss is in the technical field and he says, God, I was trying to figure out working with Unix, right? So everybody should know what Unix is, and everybody should know who Bill Joy is. I don't care if you know who the Beatles are. So what he's looking at are failures and successes, and the particular failures that he's looking at are the Korean pilots, right? And in the theory, and we talked about this before, and so we're talking about two groups, two cultures. One are oh, it was a cell phone for a minute. Okay. We've got Americans who are low PDI, Koreans are high PDI, and then when we have within a subculture in the American in the American culture, your dispatchers. And what do dispatchers do for air traffic controllers? Yeah, they tell the planes where to go. So what you're going to read about are conflicts between, and if you're an aircraft controller working out of LaGuardia, which is where? New York, are you going to have a high or low PDI? Low, right? And so now think in terms of communications. You got the Koreans with pilots and crew with a high PDI, or in this case, you're going to read about a group from Colombia, again with high PDI, and then you have them talking, literally talking, communicating with the dispatchers in LaGuardia Airport from New York. What's going to happen? I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, not even in plane crash. I mean, not even. You can have miscommunication, correct? Because these two different subcultures have a different value system within the sphere of communication. So, and the result of that miscommunication is fatal plane crashes. I don't know why. Why do I have Bush and Obama? Better avoid that anyway. So, just more of the same. I think what I was trying to say is that you'll find cultural differences between low PDI and high PDI in all different spheres, political spheres, especially in for example, if you're going to a social function within politics. I'm not sure if this is the context, but there's a certain protocol that different that you follow in all kinds of situations, including political situations, depending on the culture, and also in the social situation. So, in fact, we were, before coming to class, some engineering professors and I were talking about, the differences in cultures in different universities. One of them is from the East, and he went to prep school and went to the Ivies. And the other is from Arkansas, the University of Arkansas. And then I don't know where I'm from, but even in the classroom, you'll see a different different cultural aspect on how you deal with the students. And as I mentioned before, that this class, that the culture of the University of Colorado Denver is different from the culture of the University of Colorado Boulder, as the culture is different at the University of Colorado, the University of Phoenix. Which culture is the superior one? Good question. What? Denver, yeah, of course. Right question. Or, right answer, Dr. Tang's culture, whatever it is. No, of course, it all depends on your personal paradigm, your personal values, what you want, right? And of course, Denver is superior because Boulder up there is all touchy-feely, football, rah-rah nonsense. They're not serious students. All their professors are touchy-feely liberals, and they're all cosmic. So who wants to go to there, right? And then at, the University of Phoenix, it's a capitalist enterprise. All they want is your money. Hey, don't go to University of Colorado Denver. You're going to have to take these courses in ethnic studies. God, why do you want to waste your time? We'll teach you the real nitty-gritty, right? So, anyway, I met the founder of the University of Phoenix, one of the most brilliant people I've met. So, even though the correct answer is the University of Colorado Denver, the real answer is it depends, right? Of the 3 universities, but you'll get an A. Okay, so what? I thought I checked this. What happened to 4? Oh, God, I think we're in trouble. Okay. Listen, I'm not gonna have you guys fool around with other because of my fault. I'll make up. Yeah. But why? Listen, I'm gonna let you go. I don't want to fool around with this. We're gonna. But bring your book the next time. Packet with you. What I want to do is go through, break it down as to how to use the packet and read the material in order to study for the exam. And so look at, and as I said, that look at the exam as a technitotum, that you would study for that exam differently than you would if it were an essay exam. And also, you would, and what you want to do is find out what I'm thinking, how I think, so that you can anticipate what type of questions is going to be, what type of questions would be on the exam. So let's go through and briefly look at how to use the companion guide. And one thing that you've already done theoretically is download all the files from eReserve or electronic reserves and put them in here. And then somebody asked me, well, Dr. Tang, can I just read it on the online or read it on my computer screen? I said, sure, but I want you to know that empirically you read 15% slower on the internet than you do in hard text. And as we were saying in the other course, one of the technototems or one of the technologies that goes with this class is that it's a social science class, and for social science class for English majors it's fine, right? But for computer science major it may not be fine. And why would that be? Talking about different cultures. Any English majors? Yeah. I mean, they give you a lot of reading, don't they? Right, exactly. So just from a technical point of view is that we in this class, because it's a social science class, you're going to have more readings than if you're taking a biology class where you're just going to get that one dense textbook that you have to understand and go through and memorize all the terminology. But why from a technototem point of perspective, when you're reading, why is it not that important to memorize? Now that you understand the mechanics of the test. It's open book. So if you're reading to memorize, then the problem is that you're going to be reading very slowly, and then you're going to be reading slowly, and then you're not going to be able to get through the material, and then since you didn't cover the material, then you're less likely to answer the multiple choice question correctly. Am I being too empirical about this? Okay, I mean, last time I was getting blank stares because I was teaching the wrong material, but so maybe I'm doing the same here. Okay, so what you want to do, basically the concordance is the concordance are key terms generated by the machine. Sometimes the machine does a good job. Sometimes the machine acts like it's been drinking the night before. So use it if it's helpful. But what it does, and this is the way you should be reading, is that you're reading for key concepts, right? And then afterwards, the machine gives automatically generates a tree, which I'm going to generate for you. But I would not. I'll be frank. Some trees are better. The machine does a better job in some than others, and we're working on it so that the machine will generate a better organizational chart. So those are what we call vector summaries, and you've got a section on what you will be tested on. So I don't know. I mean, you're not going to be tested on me. I mean, on what I'm saying in class. I mean, that's pretty clear now, isn't it? I mean, the reason you come to class is that you get hints as to what you'll be tested on. You'll also be able to get a frame so that you better understand the readings. So then there's the section on how to study better and how to read faster. And now this is for this particular class. I mean, if you go into, if there's a social science class, and they show you a bunch of videos and they give you a take-home exam that says write on the universe and just groak, I mean, then you wouldn't study the same way, right? Because in that class, it's an English class, they're trying to test you on your creativity, correct? You wouldn't, so you would approach it differently than this, because because we're looking for concepts rather than how creative you are. Although it's not that I don't value creativity, it's just that given the size of this class, I can't give an essay question that measures how creative you are yet. Okay, then we have a section here on mind mapping, which is basically a fancy way of saying instead of taking notes, what you should do is try to organize the information in a logical structure. Because we found that when you do this, it helps you understand concepts. And also it's a good device, and they call it a map, for you to go to the open book and find the information that you need in case you've forgotten the answer to the question or the question you didn't read about it or somehow you skipped it. So the reason why you want to use a mind map is just simply it's a way of mapping out the information so that that'll help you understand the concepts better and also help you be able to find the information better in case you don't understand it. Some specific answer to a specific question. And then for an example of how mind maps work, you might want to go to Microsoft, and there's a thing called Smart Art. And it's usually used for presentations, but I'm finding out they're really logical maps. That they're organized in the way people at Microsoft think that you should organize information. So if you have to give a presentation, don't use, instead of using PowerPoint or use PowerPoint, bring in the maps because they're very pretty and they're nicely organized. But above all, they were thought up by some very, very smart people, the people at Microsoft. So what we want to do is look at so let's look at Marshall McLuhan and try to generate a map in order to organize the reading. Now let's make it very clear. I'm not organizing the information on Marshall McLuhan per se. So to be more specific, what are we doing with this map when I draw it? What am I organizing? Be empirical. What? Data. Okay, and what's the data? Where's the data?
The data is our specific ideas within the text.
Yeah, data's right there. Right? So, and then in your chart, are you going to put a little bubble that goes out and says Dr. Tang made a joke that nobody laughed at? No. Because that's not going to be on the test. I hate to be so parvenu about this. But, okay. And believe me, I do hope you learned something about Marshall McLuhan. I think he's one of the most brilliant thinkers in the 20th century. So, okay, so what we do is that let's go through and skim this thing really quickly. The first thing we see is Marshall McLuhan, Life and Career. Then we see major works. Then we see examples of the major works. Mechanical Bride, right? I'm on page 38. And then the Gutenberg Galaxy. So what do we assume the Gutenberg Galaxy is? Just by skimming. It's one of the major works. Right? And then there's this thing called the global village, which is kind of interesting because it's the Wikipedia guide, and I'll have to go and edit this because I can, right? Because this guy who did this Wikipedia thing he's not a very good organizer. Why is he throwing in the global village in there when the global village is not a major work? It's a concept. It's out of order. See, you'll figure that out when you read it. Okay, so then we go over here. And then he's got Understanding Media. Oh, which, by the way, has a date next to it. So immediately you know it's a major work. Go back, flip back. Global Village doesn't have a date, so it can't be a major work. And then you have Hot and Cool Media. We're on page 43. Is that a major work? God, this class, you're good. Okay, thank you. No, it's not a major work. Medium is a massage. Page 44. Is it a major work? Yes. War and Peace in the Global Village? Yes. And Cliché, the Archetypes, so all these are major works. And then we come to a new section called Key Concepts. And these are and that's what's important, right? Is that we're after concepts. We don't care. I don't care that the medium of the message is, from Cliché, okay. I don't care what date, okay. There won't be a question on when was Cliché to Archetype written. Why? Well, it is data, but some people might consider it important. But why would I not put it on an exam? Because it's not a test of whether you read it or not, because you can just look it up and it says 1970, right? So it's a dumb question, given the nature of the exam. Correct? Okay. Okay, and then it has key concepts, and then it has legacy, and that's it. So immediately you've scanned the thing, and then you want to put it together so that you understand what McLuhan is talking about. So we do a tree, and what are the major parts of the tree? You started it.
I know,
Okay.
for some reason, I wasn't.
Okay. Thank God it's open book. Okay, life and career. What else? Major works. Concepts. And then finally, legacy. Thank you. Boy, you must be able to read my mind. Or maybe there's a logic behind it. Right? Maybe it's not purely random like YouTube or MTV. Maybe writing has a structure to it, unlike MTV or Friends. Sorry. Know my biases. Okay, so life and career, and the life and career is basically you're going to get a bio, and then you get, and important in his life and career is the university, because he went to different universities at different times. And it's at the University of Cambridge where he studied, did he study media? That's what you would expect, right? Because he saw the book, The Medium is a Message, or The Massage. No, he studied the trivium. Uh-oh. You know why it's an important word? Because you don't know what it means. right? Because it's a very specific word. So you look up the trivium. Can somebody tell me what the major parts of the trivium are? Can you look it up really quickly? You're on the test. You got to find it. Where would it be? Oh, that's going to be in the concepts. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, so then over here you're going to list the major works, right? And give me a word and give him a major work. Okay. What's the date for that? 1951. And and what you'll notice is that they'll put it in chronological order, so you can trace what they're doing is tracing how his thought changes through time. So the content in The Mechanical Bride is going to be considerably different than the content in the last of his works. And then comes the most important part, our concepts. And then since this is getting too complicated, because you learn best by thinking in small chunks. What you want to do when you read this material is reduce complexity to simplicity. Usually you're taught the other way around. You're taught for simple concepts and to build complex models. But that's not going to help you pass the test. So what you should be able to do is hyperlink in your brain, click the concepts. So what are the major concepts? What? Tetrads. Yeah, thank you. Some other. That's pretty good. Didn't even read the thing. What? Figure and ground. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What else? What? Legacy. Okay, no, because legacy is not a concept. It's a different generic classification. So, are there anything else? Major works we covered. Gutenberg Galaxy. Examples of advertisement, which is a subset. The Global Village. See, the Global Village, when I was talking about before, becomes a concept. Right? Because it's not part of it. I mean, that's where I would put it. And then hot and cool media, it doesn't have a date after it. Where would you put hot and cool media in this classification that we generated? Concepts. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. This is what was supposed to go up here? Global Village, thank you. And then what's the new concept that we just discovered? Hot and cool. Yeah. So when you read through this thing, then what you realize that you've got a frame for the different types of information that you have to scan in and organize into some coherent logic so that you understand the material once. And the better you understand the material, the better you'll do on the test. So here, you're going to read about his life and career. Here, you're going to read about his major works. Then you're going to read about concepts. And then you click over, you hyperlink over to your mental map of concepts, which can be broken down into the idea of tetrads, figure and ground, and global village, and hot and cool. And then when I give my lectures on Marshall McLuhan, I'll be emphasizing the concepts, especially the tetrads. I'll talk about figure and ground. I'll talk about the global village, and I'll talk about the concepts of hot and cool, right? And then I'll also talk about his life and go over some of his works, and then you should have McLuhan down pretty packed. Now, the problem with McLuhan is his writing. Well, no, actually, it's not the writing style. You don't have to worry about his writing style because he didn't. Who wrote the article that you're reading? The article on Marshall McLuhan. It's from Wikipedia. So that was a trick question. Who wrote it? Everyone. Yeah, every man. It's like Homer. Who wrote Homer? I mean, who wrote the Odyssey? English major. I don't want to pick on you, but I mean, you're the only. How many other English majors or literature majors? Okay, who wrote the Odyssey? No, Homer didn't write it. Everybody wrote it. Right? Because it's a song that everybody contributed to. Correct? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, with that, let's introduce you to McLuhan. I got it. Okay, what we have is some aphorisms from McLuhan, and the thing was that McLuhan is, when he's writing, he's experimenting with language, because one of his major concepts is that the medium is a message, and then so what he figured out was that you would read, if your message is scientific, then you're going to have a different writing style than you would if your message is English literature. So different writing styles have different messages because the medium is a message. And so in this case, the telephone and TV is not so much the message as the sender that is sent. And this really hit home with me with cell phones because, I'm walking along with, this is when the cell phone was a status symbol. And I'm walking around with a client, and suddenly his mobile phone rang, and he says, yeah, John, we shouldn't have any problem with that. Thank you for calling me. We'll get it fixed right away. I'm going to call up so-and-so, and then we'll get the contract down by such and such a time. Well, here he is, my best friend. We're supposed to be good friends, we're clients, and suddenly the telephone rings and he's gone, right? He's not here, he's there. So what we're doing is we're looking at, when you read McLuhan, he's trying to figure out how this technology impacts us. And in this case, it impacts something that's fundamental to us as space. And then we don't know, because of this new technology, what are the proper values or protocol established with this new technology. Because what happened was technology, the cell phone or the telephone, impacted our concept and our relationship with space. So money is the poor man's credit card. We're looking at money as a technototem. So if you got a fancy date and go to this fancy restaurant and you pull out dirty $1 bills, you don't understand the value system of the technology, right? Look at this as a technototem, as a technology. So it's because of a new technology we've got a different attitude or a different value system associated with different technologies involved with money. And the credit card, by the way, somebody could argue is bringing the downfall of America. Because now credit is acceptable, not only for your student loans, but also for the banks. Correct? That didn't happen before we had the credit card. Because what the credit card did was generate a value system in which debt is okay. And not only is debt okay, it's good. So, okay. So money is the poor man's credit card. We look at the present through a rear-view mirror, we march backwards into the future. Right? We're going into a technological future that's completely alternating, changing our environments, changing how we learn. And then, so how do the architects build this classroom? Where's the interaction? I'll tell you where the interaction. I'll tell you what this classroom says. It says that I am brilliant. I'm the greatest professor in the world. I got all this knowledge, and you're sitting there, and you're going to absorb it. Right? Where's the dialogue? And yet, all the new technology is telling you that knowledge should be an interactive experience. And the only way I can interact, given this classroom, and given the technology that we have now, is to do a PowerPoint. It's not even a PowerPoint, but the road is our major architectural form. It's an architectural form that's become invisible. But all you have to do is go to Los Angeles. Well, you don't have to go to LA, right? 75% of LA is dedicated to the automobile. Garages, commercial garages, streets, parking meters, and then, but one day I got on that freeway when I went off to college. It was that night I got lost. And all these lights were going by. And I was one with the freeway system. That's when I realized it was the major architectural form. And it was as beautiful as that art museum, which is supposed to be a major architectural form, right? So, when you're on the phone, you're in the air, you have no body. We already talked about that. That's why I hate the cell phone. And you notice when you're on the cell phone, you really get angry when somebody tries to interrupt. Because you're not here, you're there. And that's a result of the technology. So what McLuhan was the first to realize is that technology is having an impact on us which most people don't have a clue. And then the future of the book is the blurb, and I've demonstrated. So what you want to do using that aphorism is that when you're reading McLuhan, go find the blurb that summarizes the essence of McLuhan in 2 paragraphs. The blurb. You're not one way. It's not going to help you in this class to go to the Journal of Cognitive Studies, put out by Princeton University Press with all those footnotes. And all you want to do is take that thing and throw it out the window, right? So you want that information as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. Okay, there he is. He's Canadian. As a Canadian, he's going to look at things differently than as an American. And I went to Canada for the first time maybe a couple years ago. You know, they are different. And they're different because they have a different historical background than we do. They have a different demographics. They have a different geographical climate. And I think they're different in good ways. For example, they're a lot more socialistic than we are. They've got a socialistic health system. Their pride is their health system, and what is their other pride? What? Hockey. Yeah, after hockey. Right, thank you. You're correct. Their educational system, which is socialistic. No private universities in Canada. And they pump a lot of money into that system. And then, lo and behold, they give a test, an international test of 15-year-olds and their achievement in math, reading, and science. And so, just because this is a cultural class, who's going to score on the top 15, top 10? Oh, let's just make the top 10. Which countries? Sure. China, Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, Korea. And then there are 2 non-Asian countries, and they happen to be Finland, socialistic educational system, K through 12 up to here. And the other one is Canada. Now, I'm only generalizing. I mean, is this scientific? No, because I could make it more scientific, but I haven't done the numbers. So, in this class, we try to be as un-American as we can, in the sense that we're talking about other cultures, because the class is the international dimensions of technology and science. And in this case, some people will quibble with me and say that, well, when you talk about Canada, you're not talking about anything international. And I say I beg to differ. And we'll be talking a lot about Europeans, because the Europeans are different. So, what's the person born in Europe called? What? No, I'm not. Okay, let's go on. Jokes. God, I should give up. Okay, so what you want to do is there's a section that's called concepts, right? And we're going to talk about the tetrads. We're going to talk about hot and cool. But behind the concept is the aphorism, and even if you get an A in this class, or even if you get an A or a C, I don't care. The one thing that I want you to walk away with is the aphorism: the medium is the message, which is McLuhan's law. The medium is the message. And basically, what that means is that in this case, different technologies or different mediums will carry with it a different message. So you have the different mediums of speech, which is oral, and then you have the medium of the written alphabet, and you have the medium of the print. And so let's look at a different medium, the one that what's the most dominant medium in our society now? The what? Internet. Yeah, okay, and before the internet? The what? No, cell phones came after the internet. Yeah, before print, at one time print was dominant. And then, but what, in our lifetime, what took over print as the dominant medium? Right? Television, right? I beg to differ. Do people read more or watch TV more?
Well, today, but I would say before the internet, I think that there's more people that have newspapers. Before you could get the news online, I think there were more people that would read the newspaper and kind of watch TV for entertainment.
Right.
But for the news and the media overall to move technology forward, I think the newspaper, but from newspaper to internet, not TV to internet.
Okay, so you're saying from newspaper to internet.
For news and for technology, as it is like for education, but for entertainment, it maybe was from TV to internet. In my mind.
Why is TV not in? Yeah, that's good. Why is TV not education? I'll tell you why. Because the educators say it ain't, and you ain't being tested on it. Right? But it's definitely information. It's a different kind of information. But the question, after the dominant media was print at one time. Before print, the dominant media was what I'm doing now. All discourse was, most information, organized information, was done through the oral medium and this mechanism. After that came print. Print became the dominant media within the educational framework. And then, and this is still the case, is that in education, what is the dominant medium? Print. There it is. Right? So if you don't understand the medium, you're not going to do well. Will that change? Yes. Right. But not over my dead, literate body. Because my value system is conditioned by what? Print. So are my teachers. And so is this whole educational system. Okay, so the other thing that we want to look about is that for example, when I speak, the speech itself is an extension of the human body. And what is this? This is technology. What's that computer you have in front of you then, knowing this? It's an extension of the human body, and specifically what? At this time, it'll change. Okay, see? These glasses, they're the extension of what? Okay, good. This chair is an extension of what? Right, all technologies are extension of the human body, which is an aphorism. So when you extend your human body, according to McLuhan, your sense ratio changes. And if your senses change, what happens within your brain as far as concepts? It changes as well. So, okay, so we'll get into that more. All extensions, that concept that technologies are extension of the human body. And so, I gave the illustration. The shoe is an extension of the foot. What's this shirt? Yeah, extension of the skin, right? And evolutionarily, it makes sense. It's because I know there will be those who don't believe this, but I can't help that. But when we evolved, right, we were, like bears. But because of evolution, we got rid of a hair. And there are certain evolutionary reasons for that. But then after that, now for some reason in our social evolution, or in our evolution of artifacts, and we invented clothing in order to make up for some of the negative effects of having lost the hair. But the concept to keep in mind is that all technologies are an extension of the human body. And Michael, the Michael's camera is an extension of what? The camera, right? I mean, what's the eyes? This recording is an extension of what? Sound. So all these, so the book, and there are several correct answers, but the book is the extension of what? Of what sense? Of the five senses? What is an extension of it? Sight. And television is the extension of what? Sight. Sound. And according to McLuhan, it's also a touchy-feely medium. Because what it does is it physically massages your eyeballs in order to produce that image. So it's not only sight, sound, but it's also touch. And not only that, as we shall see, that the pattern and the structure of the book is something completely weird.
You said that bad news was indispensable to newspapers. Is the same thing true for television?
Well, it's like saying if TV is a cool medium, then you can't use it for hot jobs. Like the Vietnam War is a hot war, it won't go on TV. It's the first war ever, a hot shooting war ever shown on a cool medium. The cool medium involves the whole audience so deeply they find war unbearable. Show the same war on movie, on press, photography, and so on, people won't feel too badly about it. But on TV, they really feel it. They're involved for the first time. And so LBJ is making a great big mistake in trying to have a hot war on a cool medium.
What should Canada do to be taken more seriously in the world?
When you say what should Canada do to be taken more seriously, I think we're very lucky to be a backward country. At a time like this, the less involved, the less hot, the less you are in the midst of the big events, surely the better off you are. No, I think it's a great asset. Also, when you are out of the main swim, as it were, you have a much better opportunity of seeing what's going on. Canadians have a tremendous opportunity to observe what's really happening in the world. I think Canada has the opportunity of taking the entire world as show business, rather than as a serious and dreadful happening. You know, why not? Why shouldn't Canadians accept the world as a happening and as show business?
What do you think Marshal McLuhan ought to do if he wants to be taken more seriously in the world today?
Marshal McLuhan is taken far too seriously. I certainly wouldn't do anything to increase that.
Marshal McLuhan, you say TV has turned the world into a global village. Am I right? Will it turn us all into global village idiots?
Again, there are worse fates. An idiot means a very private person. That's a Greek word, meaning a very private person. I'm losing my idiot status steadily. I'm becoming less and less private. I'd much rather be an idiot. The book, in this picture, the assumption was made that the book was the source and cause of all idiotism, all individuality, and that the new media will turn us all into collective automata robots. This is a rather simple-minded idea. I mean, Truffaut and Bradbury together had cooked up something that's not very convincing. Certainly true that the book has had an enormous amount to do with creating individuality. And the more people become individuals, the more they become competitive. And the more they compete, the more they become alike. It's true that competition has, and repeatability has tended to create a great sameness. And you can see that cool media don't always have that effect. There may be more individuality coming out of cool media.
You've been quoted as saying that you don't necessarily agree with everything that you say.
I have no point of view, as for example now. See, I couldn't possibly have a point of view. I'm just moving around and picking up information from many directions. No, a point of view means a static fixed position, and you can't have a static fixed position in the electric age. It's impossible to have a point of view in the electric age and have any meaning at all. You've got to be everywhere at once, whether you like it or not. You have to be participating in everything going on at the same time, and that is not a point of view.
Would it really matter if someone burned all the books in the world?
Well, I should think so. It would make quite a difference. But the possibility of recreating libraries has now become fantastically real. For example, all the books in the world can be put on a single desktop, 20 million. 20 million books can now be put open, every page, on single desktop by microfilm. The sort of things that are happening make that picture, that Truffaut picture, look rather obsolete. They still think of books as made as bound paper objects, but in the new microfilm age, microcard age and so on, the book is taking on a totally new meaning. In the age of Xerox, the book takes on a totally new meaning. It becomes an information service. It ceases to be a package. The book is no longer a package. It's information service.
Why do you say Canada is a backward country?
Oh, I'm using that term whimsically, meaning we are born in the 19th century, we're of 19th century origin, and we stayed there. People like the Americans who've decided to try it out in the 20th century have done such a bad job, we don't feel any temptation to follow them. But notice, for example, in British Columbia, they never had a 19th century. But this is also true in California. They leapfrogged out of the 18th century into the 20th, and this has great advantages. Canada, by simply hanging on to the 19th century, may be able to leapfrog out of the 20th century into the 21st century without ever having bothered with the 20th. And this, I think, might be a huge advantage. If we can only hold...
Excuse me, I'm sorry. So you can look at, basically we have an example of two mediums, right? They have a different message. And but one message I can tell pretty sure that he's on TV. He's being interviewed on TV, right? So of course you can't take him. Everything is tongue in cheek, right? You can't. How can you be tongue in cheek with that? It's a different message. So what is the message compared to what you just saw with print, independent of its content? Well, I noticed nobody laughed when I showed this. Go ahead, I interrupted. Which is more personal? Sure. And yeah, and that's why my kid hates, my son and daughter hate me. I mean, hate me to call them. Right? It's too personal. God, I don't want to get personal with that guy. Yeah, exactly. In fact, I was in the other class. Somebody was saying that they never call up for a date anymore or ask for a phone number, right? Why is texting the preference? I don't know among women. I mean, this was a guy who who's telling me is that he preferred texting was the way to get dates. He said, well, I mean, but within McLuhan, why does that make sense within the frame of McLuhan? Texting is impersonal. And once again? Right. It's a right, and exactly. It's also more. I suppose I don't remember text. I don't have an iPhone, of course. I mean, I don't have a cell phone, so I guess I don't have an iPhone either, so I can't text. But yeah, and the other thing, I have a feeling texting is a lot more efficient too, right? You can send off 20 texting messages, same one to everyone. So it's oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So then on the other end, there's this mitigated speech going on, like in Gladwell, right? Hey, that would happen over the phone. Over the phone, or especially with a personal encounter. Yeah, it's to the point. You want to go out with me or not, right? I don't know. I'm just.
I think also it's a little bit more engaging in terms of how much time you're allowed to perform that. And like, you have a phone call that lasts 2 hours long, but you can text whenever you have an opportunity to respond back.
Right. So it's more efficient. That's why I prefer the book to the video. Why is it more efficient?
It's easier to stop and just leave a bookmark there instead of having to go back to YouTube or pause it or whatever to start over.
Oh, you should be able to do that pretty soon with the.
You can, but it's easier. It's broken up into individual little chapters. The video usually isn't.
The video, I mean, yeah, I think the video is too slow. Because the oral speech is a very slow speech. So by the time you get the information that Columbus crossed the ocean blue in 1492, I mean, that took 5 seconds for that dumb fact. But look at all the information that you can scan in really quickly if you know how to read quickly and efficiently. So until we can come up with a faster mechanism to absorb or process information, the book will still be there. And I think that's why it's been there for such a long time. What other message does it have, the book? Is that a cell phone? I knew it. We were talking about the eccentric in the other course. This is a technical term for a mathematical term when you take the center of the system and shift the Earth off, and you label it the eccentric, right? And some wag said, "Yeah, that's you, Dr. Kang." Oh well. Okay. It's very abstract. The phone is very personal. The voice is very personal. What is valued most, especially in the sciences? Abstraction. And we don't want to get personal in the sciences, right? I mean, if you're going to be trained to be a doctor, you're taught not to be personal, because then you can go in there like a machine and cut that thing out. You don't want to get personal. It's very abstract. We'll cover this some more. It's also linear. Almost looks like a mathematical equation, doesn't it? In sciences, mathematics is highly valued. In fact, in society in general, mathematics is highly valued. For example, if I throw in an equation, it's 70% more likely that you believe what I say is true. Okay, enough of that. What I do is I draw these organizational maps to take notes. And the advantage of the organizational maps is because they'll make connections. And so, I mean, you don't have to do that. I'm just saying this is the way I do. And then, so here's the map for this page. Here's the map for this page. And then what I'll do is I'll go through and show you the type of maps that I put on when I go through the reading. So if you have your books, let's see how this works. So, okay, so you've read Gladwell and you know it. And then any questions on Gladwell, you should be able to, if you don't know the answer, you should be able to flip through it really quickly and find the answer, correct? Because you understand it. So you understand it, you know where to look. And this is what we call, these exams are called power exams because you're limited in time. And they actually imitate the reality in the sense that if you want to get into law school, what do you have to do?
Take a test.
Take a test, right. The law school admissions test. And it'll be basically multiple choice. And it's basically open book because the reading comprehension sections is a long passage, which you're going to have to read really quickly and then be able to infer the concepts from the reading, and then you'll have a multiple choice from the reading. So it's basically testing your sophistication on being able to analyze text. And that's what we're doing in this class. So hopefully that some of this will transfer, and that not only learning the content, that we're learning an efficient way to approach content. And with, in this case, a specific purpose is to help you get a better score on the exam, right? Okay. Which I shouldn't say because we're supposed to be more idealistic than this. In this class, you're going to find God, you know? You're going to find the truth. That's what I'm supposed to say, but, you know, I can't lie anymore. Just okay. So in going through the McLuhan, the first thing we have is McLuhan, the person. And so what I do is I use this particular diagram saying McLuhan, and then put some of the properties that belong, or attributes, or the qualities that belong to McLuhan. First of all, we know that he's Canadian, right? And also we know that he spent one semester studying engineering and then drop out, and actually he's got his BA degree in English. And then we know that we have his father, and the father was in some kind of business. I forgot what type of business was he in. Can we look that up really quickly? Real estate. Yeah, and real estate. And then what happened to the real estate? It went bust, so they moved. But, you know, we get an idea of his background, and this is one way of doing it. I mean, to diagram visually his background without using that dreaded yellow pen, marker, which doesn't work anyway. So, and then we know with his career, in his career he seems to have gone back and forth. Are we on the right subject? I mean, because last time I did this, I was talking to McLuhan is on the exam, right? Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure because, but also when you read his family, then I use what I call an attribute. So we have some characteristics about his family that we know about. Is that originally the family was Methodist, and what else do we know about the family? Then he married an American. Her name was Corinne. And she was an actress from Texas, right? And immediately, so we're starting to get a good picture of this person, and then from his background, we should be able to connect some of his background to his writings. And one of the things that being a Canadian, this should have gone to the other one, but his family is Canadian. But we also know that being Canadian, he was very proud of the fact that he was Canadian instead of American. So remember, this is a International Dimensions course, so we want to look at some of the content from the perspective of somebody who's not an American, right? So, and what I argued is that being Canadian is different than being American, that they've got different cultures. And I'm not saying one is better than the other, I'm just saying that they're different. And that's what I'm going to be saying in regard to all the other cultures that we talked about. So we know a little bit about McLuhan and his background. And then we know that when he dropped out of engineering, he went and studied English. He won a prize in the arts and the humanities. And then when he was still an undergraduate, then, although the father wanted him to be an engineer, his mother wanted him to go on to better things. So that tells you about a different value system between the mother and the father. And for the mother, she wanted her son to first of all, go to England because that's where the better schools are. And so McLuhan applied to Cambridge. And so when he was at Cambridge, he became, of all things, a Catholic. And one of the people that he read, or there are actually two people that influenced him in this regard, is a writer by the name of C.K. Chesterton. And Chesterton, I don't know, some of these fantasy movies that you're watching, like, I don't know, name one, or I can't. Chronicles of Narnia or something, you know, all these fairies running around, all that junk. But anyway, basically C.K. Chesterton was a fiction writer, but he was a devout Catholic, and he would write these fantasy novels that are very popular now because we're retrieving, as McLuhan would say, we're retrieving some of those ideals. And he also read someone by the name of Teilhard de Chardin, whom we'll be reading later, I think, if I'm in the right class. Yeah. And Chardin happens to be a Catholic biologist. And Chardin, was always getting into trouble with the church because he would come up with ideas that were antithetical to Catholic doctrine. So, bless you. And Chardin was a French Jesuit and also a biologist, and he was caught between these two different worlds, the world of religion in the form of the Catholic Church and the world of science. And as you and in those times and in our times, they're what we call incommensurable. They come in conflict with each other, and in a lot of ways that shaped, and so that this is a major influence, or Chardin is a major influence on McLuhan, and yet McLuhan would never, would only mention it very casually. He would not admit that Chardin was a major influence. And that was because McLuhan was also caught between two worlds. The world of academics and also the Catholic world, of which he was a devout follower. So why would they be in conflict, the academic world, in that period? It's not so much now, but when I was, when I was studying to get into the academic world, the one thing that you wanted to make sure was that well, let's put it this way. If you were an atheist or at least an agnostic, you'd fit into the club more. Does that make sense? Because every organization has its own culture. So the academic world had its own culture. And that culture is that if you were religious, you don't fit. So McLuhan, like Chardin, had to be very careful, or not be very careful, but McLuhan knew that he could not publish or go far in the academic world if he betrayed the fact that he was a devout Catholic, because that's part of what McLuhan would say was the ground of academia, right? And I think, for example, anybody pre-med in here? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so, I get these pre-med students. I'm not talking about you now. I'm talking in general, right? Then he says, Dr. Tang, I got to get an A because I can't get my grade point average up, right? And I tell them, hey, there are things more important, not than for you to get into medical school. And that turns out to be the ground of how you get into medical school, right? And I know because, my daughter's in med school now, And I know certain things about the ground of getting into med school, which was, okay, she's Asian, is that good or bad? In that particular context, not in the context of the universe. No, it's bad. Because every Asian wants to get into med school, right? And not only that, every Asian student, according to the cultural stereotype, what do? All they do is spend time reading all this junk. Not junk, right? Because then they got to get an A, so they study 50 hours a day, and do everything that good med students. But, so if you're applying to med school, what they do is they have this thing called, are you listening? Yeah. Okay. I'm talking about the ground. You're not going to be tested on the ground when you're reading. You're going to be tested on the figure. But they got this thing called legacy points. And I don't know the ones for med school, but But if you want to get into Harvard, right, you get, plus, this is on top of your SAT scores, correct? You're applying for an undergraduate. You get 250 points. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, you get 250 points if you're a jock. See, I have a niece that applied to Harvard and Yale, and she didn't get in. I said, and she did all the right things. She went to prep school. She got she took all the AP courses. She did very well on the SATs. But the one problem was that she was at a disadvantage because they took away 50 points because she was Asian or Chinese American. Remember that?
Very well.
Okay, right. This is the ground, folks, and we'll talk about the ground later. So I wrote my, I wrote the father, and I said, you idiot, you should have made her play lacrosse. Because that would have given those extra points, you know. Because this is what Harvard and Yale wants. But anyway, the thing is that, going back to McLuhan, is that in order to fit into the academic club, he didn't want to be overtly known by his colleagues and the academic world that he was Catholic, because at that time, the academic culture was that you got extra points if you were an atheist, right? That's why I got all those extra points. Correct? God, could you imagine how many points they'd take off if I told them I was an evangelical? Right? Is that written anywhere? No, of course not. But anyway, so this is why, it helps to kind of know the backgrounds of his writings. And then now we go through the major works, and the first one was the Gutenberg Galaxy. You might want to take some notes. This is one of his early works, and basically what McLuhan did was analyze advertisements for the ground, meaning he was looking at advertisement for the message, for the hidden message of advertising, and what it meant as a medium and how it was affecting us, meaning Americans and Canadians. And then he wrote the book, The Gutenberg Galaxy, which was, why would you think the Gutenberg Galaxy is important from a quantitative point of view? Because there's 5 pages devoted to the Gutenberg Galaxy, right? So you would assume that you should know something about the Gutenberg Galaxy. And then what I did was, in order to try to get to the main points and connect them, I did these organizational maps. And so it turns out that a key term is movable type. And remember, one of the famous laws of Marshall McLuhan is the medium is the message. And we'll talk about, but basically it means that the message of a particular technology or a communication technology, or each technology carries with it its own message independent of content. And we went through that before when we were talking about the message of the telephone versus the message of texting, correct? That the telephone is personal. Well, in the old days, yeah, it's a much more personal, it's a much more It's a much more personal medium. So, and in contrast to texting. So, and it's good to know. It's because now you know that you don't call up a professor like me and say, "Yo, Tang." I don't know you from Adam. Why are you getting so personal, right? Over a personal medium besides, correct? So the medium is the message means that the message of a particular technology, that a particular technology has a particular message independent of its content. And in the Gutenberg galaxy, he's studying the message of the Gutenberg invention, which is what? Print. So, looking at the message of movable type, we find out, I think it's very mechanical. We also find out, and you saw the picture last time, here's this message independent of the content. You probably don't remember because it was such a traumatic experience, and for some reason it's more of a traumatic experience for boys than for girls, is that you spend your time watching MTV and suddenly you go to school and you get this. Right? It's got a different message. And and McLuhan, I mean, sometimes it's kind of sad because there's this kid looking at that print like it was TV, and you can't make any sense of it. First of all, he's looking at it from a distance, not realizing that because it's a different medium, there's a different way of interacting with it. And so we're looking at movable type. The other thing about movable type is that it's very abstract. And we'll get a feel of why it's very abstract when we compare it to another medium, which is its antithesis, or its opposite, and what medium should we compare it to? There's several. What's the dominant medium now? What? Yeah, I mean, it's turned out. But what's the dominant technology in delivering information? TV, sure, right? So TV, according to McLuhan, will have different attributes or a different message than the movable type. And so let's look at some of, according to the reading, because what you're doing is analyzing text, right? Exposition du texte is what you're doing, an old technique. But I think it still works. So you're looking at movable type. It's very linear. Correct? It's somebody's getting even with me, because that's me. I was going to yell at somebody. Okay, Michael, what's going on? You did it. Trying to sabotage me.
No. Where's this coming from?
It's really weird.
Maybe it's playing. It's playing. There we go.
Oh, that was my media player. Now but That's not my type of music. No, it wasn't playing. That's not it. No. See, that would never happen interacting with the textbook. Okay, so we're looking at the qualities of print. Linear, abstract. It's not very interactive, right? Oh, this is replicable. That means you can repeat. I mean, it's replicable. That means you can make many copies of it and just tune it out. The other thing is uniform. But if you look at this thing carefully and you wonder what other, if you look at it carefully and make an analogies, these are the same characteristics associated with science. Right? And so what McLuhan argues, and it's controversial, is that our thinking process is back in the 17th and 18th century was shaped by the dominant medium of the time. And that dominant medium of the time was the Gutenberg press. And it gave us, it had a message independent of the content, independent of what went into the press, that became indelible in the way we thought. And that allowed for the rise of science and certain ways to look at reality, including being the abstraction, including to look at things in mechanical terms, and by non-interactive is because what the print does is I am here, the print is there. And what I do is I scan this thing in for information against the background of a blank page. Of course, the page isn't blank, but that's the ground. And we started looking at the world in the same way. Now let's look at some of the message of the TV, independent of its content. For example, what we did was, I mean, in one experiment, what the researchers did was wired up these people and looked at their brain waves and then put in different content. They would put in very violent content, then they put in very sexy content, and then they put in other types of neutral content. And they found out that the brain waves didn't change. But when they wired somebody up and made them read, and then wired them up to the TV, they found that they got a significant difference in the type of brain waves that was being registered. So there we have an experimental empirical evidence that the machine or the technology has a message independent of its content. And then in that case, in that analogy, we're looking, when we look at the book, does anybody have a book anymore? Well, it's kind of it's not a real book like. God, you're old-fashioned. Look at that. They still make you read this stuff?
Yep.
God. But see, this is a technology, right? Every bit is that. It's just a different type of technology. And because it's a different technology, it's got a different message, correct? And for example, it's very individual. Right? Compare that to, playing chess on TV, then compare that with a video game, especially if somebody else is involved. And the thing is very individual. Oh, God, look at this. I can't take it. Oh, thank God they got a picture. You don't even have pictures in yours. So what are you going to do? Stare at the picture? Say, oh, God, that picture is nice. Anyway, thank you. This is good. I haven't touched a book in a long time. I feel at home. God, I don't want to give it up. It's such a beautiful technology. Thank you. And it shows you got... I shouldn't say this because I'm making a value judgment. It shows you got class. Right? I mean, you walk into a place and you look at... There's no books. It's got all these DVDs and videos. I mean, this is of my generation. And you say, good God, this guy, they're probably in real estate. Sorry, I think I'm making judgments. Okay, I mean, they got a plane and a Mercedes, but they don't have books, and then immediately I'm turned off. Okay, so the TV has a different message. First of all, it's very involving. It's involving because it's multi-sensory. Okay. Instead of being linear, it's structural. Instead of being hot, it's cool. We'll get to this is one of his more difficult concepts that you read on what's hot and what's cool, because, bless you. I think the kids, your generation, don't get it, because when you think of hot, you're thinking in the context of dates and that type of stuff. Not in terms of medium or media. So you got to realize that when McLuhan's talking about hot and cool, he's talking about that in terms of not your prospective date, but in terms of medium as to whether it's hot or cool. Right? So it's nonlinear. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
So movable type would be hot, or a book would be hot?
Yeah. And the reason it's hot is because it focuses only on one sense in its terms. It's different than a hot date, right?
Right.
It is. And so if you look at something like radio, is it a hot or cool medium by that definition? Hot, yeah, because it's limited to one sense. And not only that, remember, we learned that the oral medium is very emotional. So that's why we jocks love to listen to the radio about the Broncos, because it works up your emotions, right? This is all Tebow is a bunch of blah, 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 and it doesn't. It's an emotional medium. So, and that's why people like Rush Limbaugh. He works up the emotions. And then Limbaugh decided to go on TV. What happened? What?
He lost people? He
Yeah.
couldn't stir up their emotions?
He couldn't stir up their emotions on TV. Here this fat guy comes on, and you got, so here's a hot guy, not in the terms of dates, right? Coming into a cool medium and becoming a complete flop. So if you're going into, Michael, listen to this. If you're going into advertising or anything that has to do with the medium, you have to know the message of the medium. Correct? Okay. So if you're in marketing, you have to know, anybody in marketing or business? No? Okay, right. You have to know when to use print as an advertisement. You have to know when to use TV and when to use radio, because all of them carry a different message, for different people, right? So anyway, so here's, TV is cool, it's involving. What else can we say about TV? What else would you say about some of its properties? Can we say? Well, what does the book, what do they, cool. Oh, I put, this isn't in, but I said it's a gestalt. Meaning that in Gestalt is a term from psychology, from the Gestalt psychologist, and the way you memorize it, remember it is that the sum is more than its parts. And somehow when you put all the parts together, you get something that's more than the sum of its parts, that you're looking at the gestalt of the situation, and that you can't analyze it by breaking the part into the small parts, because it's a whole that has the message. So it's a gestalt. Instead of being electronic, it's, mechanical. It's electronic. And by that, and when you get into the electronic world, you're getting into a completely different medium. And later on, when we talk about what's going on, in the electronic world, it's characterized by quantum physics. Meaning there's a whole new paradigm, a whole new science behind the electronic world, and we're only getting a glimpse of it at this time. And so what we have then are two conflicting paradigms, and they're incommensurable, and eventually, and because they're incommensurable, eventually this one is going to take over. But at the same time, which paradigm governs the academic world? When you're in the academic world, what paradigm are you mostly working under? Print, right? They haven't replaced it yet. And if you look at, as I mentioned before, that if you look at the way this classroom is set up, obviously the person who set up the classroom has not read McLuhan. It's linear, it's uniform, it's isolated, it's made up of individual units, and then the most important unit, of course, is me, right? Because what I'm doing is pouring out knowledge for you to absorb, right? And yet, it's patterned after an old paradigm or an old medium, which is the print medium. And I don't understand why, but for example, women seem to do better in academics than men. The people who, it's the boys that seem to fall out of the, have the most difficulty getting into the academic environment. And I don't know. I'm not sure why that's the case. But we're doing something that's upsetting people in higher education is that if we look at the percentage of men and women in college now, I think it's 53 to 47%. And if we did a linear regression based on the mathematics alone, 20 years from now, there'd be no men in college. So, and somehow, we're thinking that boys raised in this environment, in the first 3 or 4 years before they have to get into this environment, somehow can't make they don't make the transition as well as women. So, or it could be that women are taking over and, there's
I like that.
What?
I like that.
Yeah, why not? It can't be any worse than what's going on today, correct? And what's interesting is that the European culture seems to accept it a lot faster than we're doing it. What is the only major country not to have a woman as its chief executive? Yeah, or one of the few. The major country. No, France hasn't had one yet. But they're a bunch of chauvinists anyway, right? France probably, I think France is due. They've got... Okay, so what the movable type or the Gutenberg galaxy is saying is that that print has its particular message independent of the content, independent of what goes into the print, and television has its particular, message independent of the content. And then if you go to 41, he's talking about the global village. And I forgot, he wrote this in the Gutenberg Galaxy. When was that written? You got that? 1962? Okay, so the Gutenberg Galaxy is 1962. And in 1962, he wrote this paragraph, and I think it's worth reading, if you could, with me. Instead of tending toward a vast Alexandria library, which is what, by the way? What's the Alexandria Library? Sure. In historical terms, right?
It was like a great library that they think was destroyed, that maybe some text was saved from, but was supposed to have writings from like Egypt and all over the world.
Right. Alexandria is in Egypt. It had in ancient times. It had the greatest library in the world. And then the barbaric Romans went in there and completely destroyed it and burned all the manuscript and all the knowledge that had been stored for 1,000, 2,000 years. But, that's the particular type of library that held manuscripts. So, but we're not going that direction, according to McLuhan, because of electronics and the World Wide Web and television. Instead of tending towards a vast Alexandria library, the world has become a computer, an electronic brain, exactly as an infantile piece of science fiction. Because, all the science fiction have been predicting this for a long time. We'll have the Borg, right? And, that's where the cell phone's going. You can do it now. See, all you have to do is implant that when it's implanted in your brain, when you're taking my exams, all you have to do is think the thoughts. Say, hey, what's the answer to this? And it goes to another Borg, and then you get the answer. It's already happening, correct? Except now you text each other. But you know, that's a lot of trouble, just put it in your brain and then the professor can't catch it. Okay, anyway, so our senses have gone outside us. Remember, one of the key aphorisms of McLuhan is that all technology is an extension of the human body. Correct? Correct? What's this an extension of? Yeah, my fingers. So instead of pointing them out, I'm able to be pointing things out. So what's the computer an extension of? The brain and the nervous system. So what we're doing is extending our brain out into this thing called the World Wide Web, right? And it's becoming this cosmic global brain in which all the nodes are connected. Which is, you know, makes sense now, but you have to remember, McLuhan was writing this 50 years ago, even before the invention of the internet and the World Wide Web.
You were following something.
Yeah. Yeah, and as our senses have gone out, Big Brother goes inside. I mean, Google's your friend now, right? Yeah, they're nice guys, so we don't have to worry yet. They're cool. Big Brother goes inside. So unless aware of this dynamic, we shall at once move into a phase of panic terrors. And that's what's going on, because we don't, according to McLuhan, we don't know this is going on. And then when you don't know what's going on, what's your natural reaction, individually and collectively? Fear. God, those terrorists, they're everywhere. God, there's one over there. And it's because when you have a paradigm shift, and that paradigm shift is that major, the thing that we fear most is change. And when the change is this huge, the natural reaction individually and collectively is fear. And you know, and it's no accident that the drug companies are, it's one of the most lucrative businesses in the world. That's why when the market went down, I went out and bought 100 shares of DuPont. Got to get into these pharmaceuticals, right? That's why I take Prozac. Paradigm shifting, and I'm afraid of terror. So I got to take Prozac to. No, I don't take Prozac. I drink Jim Beam. It's old technology, right? Kill. Okay, so you, and so terror is the normal state of any oral society. That's very interesting. I think that may be true. That an oral society is basically more paranoid. Of course, there's the rumors going around all the time, right? In an oral society. For in it, everything affects everything all the time. In our long striving to recover the Western world, a unity of sensibility and thought and feeling, we have been no more prepared to accept the tribal consequences of such unity than we were ready for the fragmentation of the human psyche by print culture. So what he's saying is that when print came in, it broke up the psyche, fragmented the psyche of the medieval qualitative spiritual culture, every bit as much as the television or this new medium is breaking up the old paradigm of the print culture. Now, a key to McLuhan's argument, and I'll just put, is this, is technology good or bad? According to McLuhan, yeah, both. But basically, McLuhan says that that's not the question I'm asking. In the final analysis, McLuhan thinks it's bad because, as a good Catholic, he doesn't like the direction that the technology is pushing in terms of what he considers spiritual values. But you won't read that in his book. And basically, he says that the question isn't whether technology is good or bad. The question is what it's doing to us. Yeah.
It just brings up something me and my roommate were talking about, because the thought of people living in fear and stuff, and we were saying, because there's so much going around the world, but you have access to it in so many different ways. Like back in the day, they didn't have television and internet to find out all the wars and terrors going on everywhere. So I think there's so much technology and information that we are overloaded, and it does make you panic, because you could, at the snap of your fingers, you could find out what's going on in Israel and Africa. You know, so there's just so much more connection at a faster speed. And it does make people panicky, and you worry about more because there's more to know. And
also, just from a physiological point of view, you know, everybody says this is information overload, but when it's overloaded into your system and you can't sort it out, then, you know, immediately you panic.
Yeah, we were arguing about whether the world is becoming more violent, and we were just saying, well, I think there's always been things going on. It's just that now you have such access to everything that you know more about society and problems. There's different channels of communication.
I wonder if
like on overload.
Do you think it's okay? Just a poll. Do you think the world is getting more violent, or it's just that there's been more reporting of it?
It's more reporting.
I don't know. I'd like to see the numbers. I think it's getting more violent, and I think we can quantify it.
How are you measuring it, though? Are you measuring it by how many people have died?
Well, you're right. We'll have to do that because, okay, you know, during World War II, the Nazis gassed 2 million Jews, so we got 2 million there, right? And then, how many did the Cambodians kill? And we're sure that what happened, I mean, the same thing happened in Germany that happened in Cambodia, is that there was a shift of paradigms. And McLuhan says that when there's a shift in paradigm, there's a tendency towards violence because of the fear. So then I'm surprised there's not, that none of the media is talking about that nut in Norway. I mean, compare that to Columbine. You know, one person shooting 80 people, and to me that's, I mean, my kids were at Conifer High, Paradigm, and if we'd lived 5 miles down the mountain, they'd be, going to Columbine. And, and the thing was that the way Conifer handled it was really great, and said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to have a pep rally, and I want everybody to attend in the gym, and then we'll have Miss America come and talk. See? Yeah, exactly. And my kids say, hell no, I'm not going, because if they want to blow us up, that'd be a convenient place to do it, right? Right there in the gym. So they didn't go. But the whole thing is that it's almost with Norway, it just took another huge dimension and yet we don't talk about it. And I think the reason we don't talk about it is because we don't know what it means. And it's got all kinds of anomalies to it. First of all, is that this is a cultural thing, and I'll end up with this is that, and we'll talk about it later. Is that the Scandinavian cultures you can measure you know, when two people come to greet each other, see, if you're Greek, you go, you know, you want to say, get away from me. With the Scandinavians, they've got the greatest greeting distance. And it can't be because of the weather, right? I mean, there's something in their culture that makes them, and again, I'm speaking culturally. I'm not trying to make stereotypes, which is, but they're very detached, very cold. It's almost a metaphor. The colder it gets, the colder. I mean, the farther north you get, the more distance they are compared to the Mediterraneans. And so there you have, from a Freudian point of view, is that they're very cool, detached, analytical, hardworking, and then you get this. But when they explode, you know, like this nut, they do it in spades, right? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress, but this is a cultural class, theoretically. Okay, and then what you want to do is bring your Hess reading on Tuesday so that we can go through it. And that's the most difficult one of the readings, right? So we probably need more time on Hess anyway. So, okay, so I'm not sure. The first exam, I think there are only 25. Mainly because the way the exams are, because it's the first exam, people tend to do less well on the first exam. Why is that? What? Inexperience. They're not used to the format, so they're not used to how to study for it. But there's a sample exam in your book, correct? So go, you know, so what you want to do, yeah, because you're inexperienced. So what we do is we count that less than the next two exams. And so the answer to the question, I think there are 25 questions. And of course, what's the catch? You get less time. No. But you don't want more time. You don't want more time. I'm an empirical type of guy, right? Everything. I should have gone to med school. Everything's quantitative for me. Is that when you, what we know is that people who finish the exam around, so if we give an hour, if we give an exam that's 70 minutes, the people who finish at 40 minutes are the ones who are going to do the best. Okay. So what we were talking about is Asian technology. And Pacey says that as a consequence of the invasions by the Mongols, Pacey calls them the Tartars, what they did was they disrupted the irrigation. And not only that, of course, they would destroy the intellectual centers. It's not only the barbarians that would do this. The Romans, who were highly civilized, when they went into Egypt, they destroyed their library and 2,000 years worth of manuscripts. So another thing that was happening, and oh, I forgot my little pointer, but what we think happened is that on the origins of Western science and technology, it really should be, we're arguing that it should really be from the East. And if you look at China, what happens is that science and technology, according to Pacey, goes from the north down to the south. And from the south, it goes west and probably to Afghanistan, because that's the Silk Road, right? And that becomes, and you know, poor Afghanistan is right between the east and the west, bless you. Yeah, so they're fighting there for thousands of years because everybody wants to control that area. And so they're still fighting there. So plus ça change, plus ça reste le même. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And so you can trace science and technology from Afghanistan into Iran. But remember, according to Pacey, it goes both ways. From Iran on the Silk Road, they also export technology to the east, and one of the main technologies is the windmill. And probably a lot of the irrigation, and there's a mutual exchange that Chinese had some techniques that the Iranians or the Middle East didn't have, and there's a dialogue there. And that's one of the main emphasis of what you're reading, is that the way technology diffuses is by dialogue. And then in the Hess reading, it's called bricolage, in which they take different technologies from different cultures and put something together that's completely different than where it originated, or different from where it originated. And then science and technology goes from Iran, Iraq, and then the science in particularly goes to Syria. And then at a certain time, what happens is that spontaneously in Italy, or not spontaneously, but then the technology is captured by the Romans, which would be which country? Italy. So you have a very advanced civilization in Rome or in Italy, because it's a combination of Greek science and probably Middle Eastern technology. And they were able to take that as a bricolage and come up with their unique form of technology. And it was pretty advanced because it was associated with Greek science. And then what happened was, when going back to Italy, if you can imagine Italy falling, I mean, imagine the collapse of the Roman Empire, right? So what would be the analogy today, according to the Tea Partiers? What's going on? It's the collapse of the American Empire, right? Empires rise and fall. And there's different interpretations of the collapse of the Roman empires. That Romans got very decadent. Also, they stopped reading and writing. All they did was watch television. So anyway, but whatever the cause is, the Roman Empire starts to collapse. And then what happens is that you've got the barbarians coming in from the north, from Germany. And what happens when the barbarians come and take over, occupy, according to Pacey? They destroy everything, including they look at the books and they say, oh, good, we need fire. So they just, burn the stuff. Good riddance, anyway. So the barbarian, and who are the barbarians coming in from the north? Who are the motorcycle gangs coming from the north? No, from the north. Up there, it says Norge. Yeah, no, they're not the Huns. No, not the Huns. These people are really barbaric. Vikings, yeah, they had, God, they had long hair. They were like our motorcycle gangs today, right? Coming down there, just destroying all the infrastructure. So what happened was so when the barbarian, and you're right, the Huns did come up from the south. So the barbarians were coming both from the north and from the south. but the ones that were coming from the north were really barbaric. So what the so who at this time, who was the holding on to civilization? I mean, this is the Roman civilization and its science and technology. I mean, which cultural group had the monopoly on power at that time, or not the monopoly on? I mean, they had the monopoly, but they were sure, Emma. Around 900 A.D. Well, yeah, it is the Roman Church, but yeah. See, the church is all over, and that means the Roman Church in Europe too. So the Viking barbarians are coming in, burning books, raping and pillaging, like all good motorcycle gangs do. And so of course they were killing all the monks, all the Romans that were in Europe. So what they did, what the monks did was they moved over to Ireland, right? And for a long time in Europe, the keepers of knowledge, the keeper of the books, the keeper of science, turned out to be the Irish monks. And then the same thing happened. And then when the barbarians from Saudi Arabia, right, came up and started conquering all of North Africa and started conquering Iraq and Syria, what happened was the Christian monks in Syria, and these turned out to be Orthodox monks, took all the manuscripts and went east and took it to Iran. And then because of that, Iran becomes the center of civilization, of Middle Eastern civilization, because now they've got all this Greek knowledge, and in the bricolage of that development, the Iranians took the Greek knowledge, added it to their own knowledge, their own technological knowledge, and started to advance science in that way. That didn't happen in Ireland, because they weren't in contact with any other cultures except the Vikings. So in Iran, what we developed was a very sophisticated civilization based on the combination of Greek knowledge, Eastern technology, and the Persian civilization in itself, which is one of the oldest civilizations in the world. So, by the way, are the Persians Arabs? No. So don't. So when you meet a Persian, don't call them an Arab, because they'll get insulted because they're from a different cultural group. I mean, they shouldn't get insulted, but the Iranians think that they're superior to all the Arabs. Just like we think, it's just a common phenomenon all over the world. I mean, we know that like the Brits think that they're superior to the Irish, right? Because the Irish are Catholic, they drink a lot, have a lot of children. I don't know. Oh, you are? Oh, good. So my apologies to anybody with Irish ancestry here. I'm just making a cultural observation, and I really don't think the Irish are inferior. In fact, I like them because they've got good poetry, and I like the fact they drink a lot. But anyway, what happens is that we have an incredibly advanced civilization in Iran, whereas in Europe everything was going to hell because of the Vikings, because of the barbarians from the north. And so now to see how technology influences the development of civilization is that from the East, somehow it got remember the steel plow with the mow board? In the beginning of European civilization, the center of civilization was in the south, along the Mediterranean. But all agriculture was based on the scratch plow, the wooden scratch plow. With the invention of the mold board and the steel plow, what they were able to do is move up north and take advantage of all that beautiful alluvian soil in France and Germany. And we see a correspondent shift from the south to the north. Whereas in China, what did the locus of civilization switch as a consequence of the steel plow and the mow board and the harnessing of animal power? From the north to the south, because it's in the south was where all that rich soil was that couldn't be cultivated before because of the technology. So civilization spread up north, and because of that agricultural revolution, the locus of civilization ended up in the north. And we'll see some of the consequences of that when we move to Europe in the next section. And then certain things started happening up in the north, like the establishment of universities. Now, in order to have a university, what do you have to have? I mean, why are we having why aren't there more universities in Afghanistan? Yeah, well, I'm sorry? No, nobody cares about higher learning. I mean, God.
Isn't it like government funding and also the education in order for there to be like instructors?
Yeah, you have to have the economic structure before you can have a luxury like we have here, right? I mean, if you're fighting for, if your main goal is survival and subsistence, you're not going to be able to improve or advance and become more civilized or have universities unless you have the economic infrastructure to be able to support, you know, these monks. I mean, these monks don't do anything. They don't work, or they do, but that's a different story. But you have to have that economic infrastructure before you can have things about universities. So, I mean, that's my particular interpretation, is that I always look at the economic causes. And I don't believe in, you know, like those humanists, desire and, you know, democracy. You know. Exactly, you have to have the means, and then that allows the freedom and the luxury and the time and the to be able to develop the aspects of of advanced civilization like universities. But what we don't what we don't know, what we don't tell it, you know, because remember all these are constructs according to Hess, right? The story we don't tell is that both the libraries and the universities came from where? From the Muslims, right? Remember the first library was in Egypt. But not only that, it's the Muslims who, because they had the economic ability to be able to do this, established the universities. And then, so what happened was that the Muslims went from Iran and went west. They conquered Iraq, they conquered Syria, and they conquered Egypt, all across North Africa, all the way to Morocco, into half of Spain, right? Spain for a long time was, anybody been to Spain? Yeah, the southern part, or? Okay, so. Air Force Base? Oh, you're.
I don't know where that is. I think it's south. It's somewhat south, like above the L.
Yeah. We don't have time. I'll tell you one day. I mean, if I had time, I'd tell about how I was in an Air Force base in Spain. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's because I was running away from the draft, right? And were you? Okay, yeah, because, so what I did was I joined the Peace Corps, so I wouldn't get drafted. And then I was in Morocco, right? So all this is pretty familiar to me. And so what happened was that in the Peace Corps, if you have any medical problem, what they'll do is ship you off to a base up in Spain. So just for a cultural aspect is that when we were training in the Peace Corps, what happened was that we were going to examine the health situation. So, and we're talking to the doctors, and then we go up, and then suddenly the women went this way and the men went that way. And so we're talking about health issues that you would encounter in the third world. Why would they take the women aside? I mean that they're going to have a special health problem that we men will not have, or a health issue. Cultural issue. I mean, exactly. I mean, the answer is they can get pregnant. It's not going to be good PR for the Peace Corps to have your Peace Corps volunteer come back with an Arabic child, right? So what the Peace Corps, in their wisdom, was simply telling is that if you get pregnant, then we'll ship you off to the military base and get an abortion, right? A different value system. And the value system comes from Princeton University, right? I mean, it's just a practical issue you're going to have to deal with, and it's a cultural issue, correct? And now, is what Princeton doing good or bad? In this class, we don't care, right? Because I'm not here to teach you morals. If you want that, go talk to the evangelicals, right? We're just what we're looking at is where these value systems comes from as a consequence of technology and culture. So what happens is that what happened was that all these universities are flourishing in the north, and then there's rumors. They said, there's knowledge down there in the south. Especially knowledge about medicine, knowledge about astronomy, but above all, there was knowledge about Aristotelian logic. That because of Aristotle, the Arabs were thinking in a different way than we. And so what happened was the monks started going down into Spain and then ending up, by the way, in Morocco, because there were two very famous universities there, one in Marrakesh and one in Fez. In fact, when I was in the Peace Corps, I taught at that university, which is one of the oldest universities in the world. And they went down there, and what they did was they were able to retrieve all this knowledge that had been lost before from the Romans. Because remember, it first went from the Christian Syrians back east, and then it spread all the way up to Spain. And that's a partial explanation of why I would argue that the scientific revolution, which we'll be looking at, ended up beginning in Europe. And not only in Europe, but in particular European countries. And I would argue that that culture is still expressing itself today. And that's how persistent culture is. We're talking thousands of years, and yet the culture continues to express itself. So, okay, back to Pacey then. Again, the main theme for Pacey is what we call dialogue. Dialogue between two different cultures. And then Hess talks about the same thing. Hess calls it bicollage, but what you do is take elements of different cultures and put them together, and out of that exchange comes a new technology or a different technology. And then in the case of China, or in Asian technologies, we can see how the different technologies influence the politics. So if you look at the different technologies, you've got Persian technology, which we're not going to talk about. You've got Chinese technology, and you can divide it into northern China and southern China. Now what happened was that in the north, in order to have advancements in agriculture, you had to have a huge irrigation system. So if you look at the irrigation system, Pacey says it's large-scale technology, and if you have large-scale technology, what's going to come with it? If we're looking at the interrelationship between technology, culture, organizations, politics, whatever. So if you have, again, the question, if you have a large technology, what will follow it, according to this interpretation? According to Wittfogel, large bureaucracy. Where did that come from? Good. Can you film that guy? Capture it. What? Oh no, because the microphone's here, unfortunately. We got to fix that. That should be recorded because that's exactly the right answer. Large bureaucracy, and if you have a large bureaucracy, what are you going to have, especially in the ancient times, or even in present times? How about large government? So according to Wittfogel, whom Hess talks about in his reading, is that you have Oriental despotism, large bureaucracy, large government, right? So why do certain, and we saw that example in the issue of dams, is that the Chinese were able to build a dam, whereas the Indians were not. Why is that? Because the Indians have this, yeah, they believe in democracy and all that nonsense, right? So they can't build the dam because they have to worry about the dartfish and the extinction. They have to worry about people. I mean, in India, you can't just go down there and displace 7 million people or 3 million people. You could do that in China because they've got an authoritarian government. And I hate to pick on the Chinese, but remember, they're the ones who are going to bill your parents when you protest for the bullet. So what you have is large-scale technology, and you have large bureaucracy. If you go one step further, you're going to have central government because you can't control that bureaucracy. Whereas in the north, they invented this thing called champa rice. And remember, the government, in this case, took the rice and started experimenting with it, and then they found out that you could have small-scale agriculture with this new rice. So what they did was imported it down in the south, and the champa rice completely took over in the south. And then what you have in the south is small scale and also smaller bureaucracy in relation to agriculture. So you could even argue that probably the more democratic elements in China came from the south. which it turns out during the Civil War to be true, is that the Southerners were the ones who were more pro-democratic, and now, and the Southerners now, where's all the capitalism coming from in China? Where? Hong Kong, yeah, in the South. Because that's where also, with the rise of small agriculture, also came the rise of the small merchant classes. And so what you see here is a relationship between the means of production. Remember, this is pure Marxism. But remember, I'm not a Marxist. Record that, Michael. Dr. Tang is not a Marxist. He's a Marxist scholar, which is a big difference. I'm a good capitalist, and I can prove it from my portfolio, all right? Just remember, please record that. You never know these days. You can't get too paranoid. So anyway, as a Marxist scholar, you would say that the means of production determines not only the economic system, but also the political system. And in the final analysis, also the cultural system. So what we can predict now, because the new technology is coming in, which of course hasn't caught up yet, is that we're going to have a new value system. We may even have a new government, a new kind of government. We don't know yet. But this is why all these people, like I said, I deal with the situation by taking Prozac and drinking Jim Beam, because the paradigm is shifting. But the normal way to deal with a situation is to look backwards. And this is what our politicians are doing. They don't have a clue. So they got to, and so they got to find some kind of security, right? Because change is frightening, so they look backwards. Yeah. Okay, so now another, according to Pacey, is that another part of the dialogue is that we not only use technology, for power, is that when you have when you have the luxury of a sound economic system, then you can start using, you can start using that technology for other purposes. And in this case, what the Muslims were very influential and being pioneering is in the area of what we call fine technology. Now, how do you relate fine technology with the economic situation? I mean, what's the correlation? You can't have this exquisite technology unless you have an advanced civilization. And you can't have an advanced civilization, or I don't know if you can or not. I mean, it depends on your value system. But in order to have an advanced civilization, you have to have the economic underpinnings and to go with it, to allow these luxuries, to allow these advancements. And so if we look at the Persian technology or at the Persian culture, we can look at the technototem of their paintings, at their art, and if we look at this technototem, we can see that we get a different image, we get a different value system than the pictures we're getting in TV when you go into Afghanistan, right? Very refined, exquisite culture. In fact, this culture was imported to the south of France in around 12,000. And there were a group of Christians called Albigensians who took to the Muslim culture. because of it, and it makes sense, you know. How many have been to the south of France? Oh, you got to go to the south of France. I mean, it's a different culture. It's by the Mediterranean. You know, the French are known for their exquisite taste for wines and cheeses. And it's a Mediterranean type of climate that fits this type of culture. It's very, very refined. And so this culture called the Albigensians were established in the south of France. And I would say partly because of its climate, partly because of its agriculture, which was grapes and figs and olives and everything that's more related to the Arabic type of culture. And what happened was that they started interpreting the religion differently than the popes in France. By the way, it happened at the popes. For a long time, there were two centers of the Catholic religion. One was in Rome and one was in France. And the one in France came to power. So at that time, we also have, you know, the old Monty Python joke. Oh no, the Inquisition! But the Inquisition started to be established up especially in Germany, in order to, why do you set up an Inquisition? Well, what is the Inquisition? Let's begin with there. You know, these are they're members of, and originally they were members of the Knights Templars, and they were warrior Christians that would come down and invade your house and take you and torture you. Why would they do that? Yeah, well, no, they want you to confess. I mean, no, what? Yeah, they want you to convert because you're a heretic, because you're not practicing the Catholic Church the way you should be practicing. So what they'll do is, you know, they'll send down the Inquisition, and that's the Monty Python joke. Oh no, the Inquisition. They'll come down and they'll torture you until you convert. So what happened was that the people in the South were interpreted as heretics. And then we have this thing called the Albigensian War or Rebellion. And also, by the way, in the South, what was going on is the merchants were also starting to organize because of the trade along the Mediterranean. So the Knights Templars, good Germans, just went down into the south of France and completely eliminated that civilization. It took them 2 years to do it, but they destroyed it absolutely, completely. So in the meantime, of course, you're destroying a lot of the Persian and the Middle East elements that were part of it. So part of that was so part of what the Arabs contributed was the ability to manufacture very, very fine instruments. And Pacey talks about the astrolabe, which is an astronomical instrument that I think, that was very, very advanced. And you couldn't do that unless you were very advanced in jewelry making and in other what we call fine technologies. And we're going to see that come back into play when we go to Europe. And we can see how the jewelers will be very influential in giving us the civilization that we have today. So, in China, this is interesting, is they also had very fine technology. And this was a mechanical clock invented, I've forgotten the exact dates, But what's interesting about this mechanical clock is that the Chinese invented it and forgot about it. And it took a European, God, German opera, it's just so beautiful. You know why? Because it's so romantic. Just, God, it just moves you. So, again, that's to make up for all the nasty remarks I made about anybody with German ancestry here. But what happened was that this clock was invented, I don't know, somewhere maybe 300-400 AD, and then the Chinese forgot about it, and then the Westerners invented their own clocks, and then the missionaries took the clocks, their clocks, back to China, you know, because the Jesuits were very big in China. And then the Chinese were amazed at Western civilization, having forgotten that they were the first people to invent the clock. And this clock was not discovered until a Brit chemist invited a bunch of Chinese scholars to work on chemistry in their British lab. And he happened to, what he did was divorce his British wife and married one of the chemists, female. I mean, it's not, I know in this day and age now that we don't have to tell, what is that? You don't tell, whatever that, you know, issue is, which is, but she married, he married a Chinese chemist and went back to China. And then started, and what he was amazed was that the Chinese didn't know that they had this advanced civilization, both in science and technology. So Needham, and this is going to be in your Hess reading, so it's I'm not digressing. What Needham did was started to investigate the history of technology in China, and in that investigation, he found one of the first mechanical clocks in the world. So it's called the Susong clock. It's driven by a water wheel. And then also probably the most advanced people, as advanced as the Arabs were the Indians in astronomy. And we have to look at we haven't looked at what the Indians have done as much as we should. And mainly because one reason is that the Indians have all coming over to the West because they think that we're the most advanced, which we are. But in doing so, they're also forgetting their own contributions to science and technology. But the Indians had, according to Pacey, also had a very advanced astronomy. Okay, so that basically it is a summary, the best I can, using the lecture format of the Pacey readings. So right now I would just go back, I mean, now that you've gotten an overview, I would go back and look at it. So, well, we can do this next time, but bring your a biologist by the name of Ernest Just to give an introduction to the rest of the reading that we're going to be talking about. So, have your readings out, and then. But what one of the major themes of the reading is that science is a construct. That means it's something that we construct. And therefore, in a lot of ways, what we're saying is that science is not this metaphysical machina ex dea Machine X. That was a nice Freudian slip. I said usually it's Machine X Deus, something from God, but I said something from Goddess. Wasn't that nice? Just that it was completely unintentional. Right. Yeah, it makes up for my chauvinism from before. Thank you. So, unconsciously trying to correct myself. So, Ernest Just is a biologist, or was a biologist, and it's one of it's a rags to riches. I mean, it comes from a very poor background, and he's very bright, and I think the mother pulled him out of scraped and pulled him out of public school and sent him to a private Catholic school, and where he got a decent education. And then from there, he applied for, I think he applied for Harvard, and of course he didn't get in, right? Because at that time there's a lot of racism going on, and you couldn't get into Harvard if you weren't the right skin color. And so he didn't get into Harvard, and so he had to go to a black university, which he had to go to Howard University, where he continued to study biology. And then at Howard, he started to distinguish himself in biology, but he couldn't get any of his papers published. Mainly because Howard, being a black university, is considered an inferior university, so he couldn't get his papers published in the prestigious journals. And so he had to publish in second-rate journals his theory. And then it's interesting from a cross-cultural point of view is that his work started getting popular in Germany. And so, which at that time was, this was before Nazi Germany, back in the liberal phase of Germany in the 20s, so he was invited by a very famous professor from a German university to come and study at the German university, I think it was in Göttingen, and to collaborate on papers. So Just left America, went to Germany, and started to collaborate with this professor on a theory of cells that we'll be talking about as a social construct later. So Just goes over to Germany, and he finds. Remember, this was before Nazi Germany. This was when Germany was going through its liberal democratic stage, and Just writes back and he says, for the first time, I'm experiencing freedom like I've never experienced before. And not only that, the academic circles that he was going with, in the German university system, how should I put it? They weren't racist like they were in the United States, just to put it bluntly. And so he started fitting into that culture very well. In fact, to the extent that he started having an affair with one of the women professors, German women professors, right? And then from that, and we write back from the journal, and he says that this is the happiest time of my life. I can do creative work. My work is respected, and he shouldn't have said that. And then he wrote in his journal details of his affair with the German professor, which he shouldn't have, because after he publishes all these journals, he becomes copies these articles, writes these articles with the German professor. He becomes fairly famous biologist. And then he goes back to the States, back to Howard. And then the articles were of such high caliber that Harvard comes calling. Says, hey, Ernest, we want you to become, we want you to be part of the faculty. And so everything was in order until some of the colleagues, some of the professors at Harvard discovered his love letters to his German girlfriend. And then on that basis, they withdrew the offer of tenured professor at Harvard. He had to go back to, Ernest had to go back to Howard. But what happened was that after after they found out about the affair, his reputation started going downhill, and he never recovered from the so-called scandal at that time. The reason I mentioned just is because according to Hess, if science is a social construct, our theories, our scientific theories that we construct cannot help but be influenced by, in this case, your individual background, your personal background, and in other cases, by the cultural background. Because as Hess points out, the French do science differently than the Americans. The French do engineering differently than the Americans. In fact, Hess mentions there are two ways of doing engineering. The British are very empirical, engineering and science. The British are very empirical, much more hands-on in their engineering, much more practical than the French. The French are very mathematical and theoretical and deductive. We can trace back this to the history of science and the influence among the French with the very famous mathematicians and scientists, including Descartes, who was the founder of the deductive method. So are there pre-engineering majors in here? Pre-engineering? Okay, but so the question I was going to ask is, as far as engineering is concerned, did the Americans follow the French model or the British model? Remember, the British model is a lot more empirical and experimental. Trick question. We follow the French model, which is kind of interesting because what happens is, I've noticed a lot of people who are going into engineering, the reason they go into engineering is because they've always been good with their hands, right? They love auto mechanics. And then suddenly they get to Boulder or at UCD, and what do they get thrown at? They get all this deductive, theoretical, mathematical stuff. And they would have been, which would have been fine if you're in Britain, but you're not. You're in the United States, and we happen to just follow the French model. So going back to just, what we see and let's see, I'm beginning, there's a page called Technototems of Gender and Race, and the section, and then is followed up by cells. So of course the immediate question people come up with is, what do cells, biological cells, have to do with gender and race? And what we find out is that if we take a look at the cell, we can have two interpretations of the cell. One is nuclear central, and the other one is cycloplasmic. Theory. And basically, the question is that in studying the biological cell, what is the control mechanism, right? Because we're still thinking in mechanistic terms, thanks to Descartes. And the traditional interpretation is that the nucleus is the central controlling mechanism. So you all remember your biology is that here's the nucleus at the center, and then somehow the nucleus controls all the activity of the cell, almost like in a military metaphor, is that it's the control center of instead of the control center of the nation or of an area, it's the control center of the cell. So that's the traditional interpretation. And of course, if you look at it, who are the scientists? And the scientists, the prominent scientists promulgating this theory are white male angle, or what we called in the old days WASP, white Anglo Saxon Protestant males. And it turns out that the cycloplasmic plastic theory is being offered by women scientists who are emerging, and also non-WASP scientists. And in the case of the women scientists, is that you have a woman by the name of McLuhan. And then in case of the non-WASP scientists, is you have Ernst Just. And if we turn to page Technototems and of gender and race, it says, biology, medicine, and psychiatry have proven to be a key site for social studies of knowledge constructed in terms of gender and race. The first section will consider how controversies in cell biology often appear first as intellectual debates, right? But can be unpacked or deconstructed to show that they are translatable into structures of race and gender difference. My discussion follows a general comparative argument developed by the Biology and Gender Study Group, 1989 at Swarthmore College, which involved the collaboration of a group of mostly women students with the historian Scott Gilbert. I mean, it could be argued, but since they're all women students, they're biased in the first place. But what we're doing is, but still, what this group did was investigate certain people and their theories, specifically McClintock and others such as Ernest Just, and they found that maybe it's more than coincidental that the anomalies or the outsiders would postulate a theory that involves the diffusion of control throughout the cell rather than the nucleus being the center. Now, I don't know how you're going to empirically prove this. I mean, quantitatively prove this, but we're not being quantitative here. We're making a qualitative argument that this is more than a coincidence. And so if we go down to both Sapp and Gilbert have analyzed, this is the second paragraph further down, both Sapp and Gilbert have analyzed some of the ways in which this controversy maps into wider macro-sociological codes. One example involved the way structures of the cell were used as metaphors. Remember, a technototem is a metaphor. What we're dealing with is the metaphors and what they can tell us. And just to, I hate to bring the exam up because people get freaked out, but you see your exam is a technototem. In what way? Because it tells you about me, and it tells you about you. It tells that I'm a quantitative type of guy, that I emphasize reading, that I'm an old school fogey who insists on the old way of learning. It's going out of style because of these touchy-feely liberals. Right? The test tells that about me. Also, it tells you something about the classes, that I don't do essays because the class is too large for essays for me to be grading properly. So a lot of it's driven by not only personal factors, but logistic factors. So in studying the cell theory as a technitotem, it tells us about the people who constructed the theories and also the society in which the theories are being constructed. And so if we look at the cell metaphor, I continue. Gilbert argues that just attention to the importance of the margins of the cells, right? Because Just was marginalized, right? And he was marginalized because, one, he was Afro-American, and secondly, he did what you shouldn't do when he went to Germany, according to the mores and the value system of that time, even though we're supposed to be looking at the biology of the cell from a completely objective way. So Gilbert argues that just attention to the importance of the margins of the cell rather than the nucleus, therefore correspond to other relationships between margins and center in American society. And the same thing then happens in the case of McClintock. McClintock goes through, unlike Just was able to go through white Anglo-Saxon Protestant universities and the best in the country. But when she started publishing, her works was rejected by establishment science for a long, long time. But she kept persisting. And in her persistence, she finally got some of her papers published and in American journals. And eventually, she won the Nobel Prize for her work. But the issue, according to Hess, remains the same, is that as a woman, she was marginalized or an anomaly and not completely accepted within the biological experience, a biological establishment. And so when she first published, her work was not accepted. When she first postulated her theories, the work was not accepted. But Hess would go further and say it's not a coincidence that she pursued a theory that emphasized the marginal or other aspects of the control system of the cell belong to be diffused throughout the system and not centralized in the nucleus, giving a greater role to the ribosomes and other structures within the cell. So, and what the people who are looking at these, and it turns out that most of them are feminists in the 70s and 80s, and what they're beginning to discover, or this school of feminists, is that, and I talked about this in my other class, is that science in the 19th and most of the 20th century, if it was, and I would argue continues to be, gender-centered for the male. And to give an idea of and this applies even to places like medical school, all right? That right now, 53%, I think the incoming class at CU will be 53% female and 50% male, or 47% male, sorry. 40, but the graduation, but the retention rate will be the other way around. So, so you've got, and I would argue that still, I mean, and the medical profession is the most advanced as far as gender is concerned, is that it continues to be, or the paternalistic aspects of that particular science continues to be male dominated. And I think it may be changing, and if it changes, of course, it's going to be coming from it'll be coming from the nurses, right? Because the nurses know that these doctors are complete idiots, because they're the ones who really have to deal with the patients. And yet, in the hierarchy of things, is that a doctor will be paid 10 times more than your incoming, and this is literal, than your incoming nurse. But that's part of our, and that, by the way, is a reflection of society, is it not? I mean, why? Another reflection of the society is, of course, that there are a lot more women teachers in the K through 12 level. It's because of the structure of our society and also our societal values. So, if we talk about McLuhan, and then we continue the But another example that's cited about the chauvinism that's going into science is Watson and Crick. And I think this, the story is worth telling, is that in Oxford there were two teams, and this one it's a little different than the just theory or the McClintock theory. But there were two teams, and one was I think one was at Cambridge, and the other was at Oxford. And one had but one of them had, the one at Cambridge had a structural approach. And the team there consisted of some wasp, right, and a woman by the name of somebody look her up. What's her last name? Franklin, yeah. Thanks. Rosalind Franklin. And all through this supposedly purely intellectual debate, Watson and Crick, who were on the Oxford team, kept making fun of Rosalind Franklin. Like, would say, oh, she's so-and-so's assistant, when actually she was the principal investigator of the grant that was pursuing the structure of DNA. Also, Franklin was a crystallographer, and her approach was a lot more mathematical. What she went in there and she did was actually take pictures of the structure of the DNA, so they would make fun of her because her math wasn't that good. That's why she went and took pictures, just like. And then Watson and Crick, who's a hero. I mean, Watson is presented as a hero in our textbooks as how you do science. And, Watson would make some remarks like, well, Rosalind would look pretty good if she only wouldn't wear her glasses and did something about her hair, right? But the long and short of the theory is that Franklin's approach turns out to be more productive. And so what she did was she took a picture of the DNA structure through her crystallography. She's a good technician, right? And then she looked at it and she said, I've got it. I've got the structure of DNA. And then and then what she had to do is take a look at, take the structure that she had a literal picture of it and then describe it mathematically. So what she did was first of all, she took it to her colleague and said, well, here it is. We've got it. All we have to do is sit down and do the math. And her colleague said, you're better at the math than I am. Go ahead and work it out. So what she did was she put it away in the drawer in the laboratory and started working on the math. And you have to remember, Rosalind Franklin is very meticulous. She's not going to do anything unless she's a perfectionist. She's not going to release that picture unless she gets the mathematical equations perfect. And so, I forgot the name of the guy, but he really feels on the outs that he's not teamed up with Watson and Crick. So he's having a beer, at a pub. That's what the Brits do. And they're talking about, I'm sorry, did I say something bad about the Brits? Notice there are no ethnic jokes about the Brits. Why is that? What? Oh, that's a good one. Can you tell the joke, or are you just making an observation? Okay, but there's no. But that would be a good joke to make. They don't do anything with their teeth. They're not white and crooked. Crooked and oh well. Okay. But anyway, the WASP guy, the WASP scientist, always said, he wished that he was working with Watson and Crick and not saddled with Rosalind. And so he's having a beer. What do they call it? A pint? That's it. He's having a pint with. This is an international perspective, of course, correct? He's having a pint with Watson and Crick, and he finally says, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but we have it." Because it's competition, right? And Watson says, "What do you mean?" He says, Rosalind says, taken a crystallography, has a photo, has an image of the structure of DNA. And right now, she's working on the mathematics. And then Watson says, no, it can't be. And Rosalind's so-called partner says, no, come on, I'll show you. So they go to Rosalind's they go into Rosalind's laboratory, which is not locked, open up the drawer, and takes out the picture or the image. And Watson says, "Can I borrow this?" And so who came out with the structure of DNA? Of course, Watson. And Watson was a good mathematician. He just simply looked at the structure and came out with the equations a lot faster than Rosalind. It's not because he was a better mathematician. It's because what was Rosalind's fatal flaw in this case? What? Well, no, she didn't trust anybody. Yeah, I suppose. But aren't you supposed to be trusting in science? Isn't that part of the ethos to a point? No, I think her fatal flaw was she was a perfectionist. That they could have published right there with some makeshift equations, because that's what Crick did. That's what Watson did. And but the point here, but again, I think what the point here is that even, within the scientific community, is that there are certain biases in favor of the scientists as white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, and male. And then, in this case, in another example of a cultural difference, and this is related to the controversy of Pearson and Ewell in the matter of genetics. And it's a strange twist that's going on, is that there are two theories of genetics. One is the nurture and the other is the nature. And in particular, is it Pearson? Who's Ewell's student? The medical doctor. I've forgotten what's his name. I have to look it up on the exam. Remember, it's an open book exam, so I'm able to ask. Who's Ewell's competitor? I got it. Oh, Pearson. I was right. But in the case of genetics, you have Pearson, who's a conservative medical doctor, and the argument here is that Pearson used the statistical method that better suited his conservative aristocratic point of view in regard to human nature and therefore in regard to genetics. While the socialist Ewell favored a statistical method which turned out to be the bell curve that favored his class interest. And Ewell comes from the middle class, whereas Pearson, his teacher, comes from the upper crust British aristocracy. And according to this argument, is each of them would use a statistical technique that will validate or support a theory that corresponds more to their class interest, even though that correspondence or the selection of the statistical method is unconscious, right? Because we're delving into Freudian interpretations here. In another case, too, that I pointed out is that a proponent of the nature theory are the bell curve people. And that happens to be Hernston and Murray at Harvard. But what's interesting here is that the conservatives used the bell curve, which is the same method that Ewell used, but adopted the bell curve in order to fit their to fit the theory that they favored. So, but another proponent of the nurture theory, bless you, is Lysenko, that Hess mentions, who turns out to be a Russian. And what happened was that the official genetic theory that was taught in Russia in the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century was anti-Mendelian, meaning that according to Western standards, they had a what we call a Lamarckian theory of genetics. And the Lamarckian theory of genetics is that if I'm a blacksmith and I spend all this time, hammering and develop muscles, that I'll be able to pass those characteristics onto my children. So we can see why that fits into the socialistic ideal better than the particulate theory, which is the Mendelian theory, that looks at genetics as an inheritance of genes, the individual elements that distribute themselves or mix themselves during reproduction. But again, what we argue, and we can argue two things if we make a normative judgment, is is that the Russian genetics was set back 20, 30 years because of the domination of Lukashenko, because Lukashenko and the Russians would not adopt the Mendelian theory of genetics and therefore are behind. Or we could argue, which Hess does, is that that's not what we're after, or just after the fact that different cultures, because they do science differently or because they come from a different culture, will do science differently. And the reason they will do science differently is because it's a social construct. And so in right now, if we want to look at a current controversy, let's take global warming. And basically, the scientists have accepted that global warming is a fact. The question is whether or not it's, what's the word? Thank you. Not anthropogenic. So that's the debate going on now, is whether it's human-made or not made. And we can probably take a statistical analysis and to be quantitative by it. So where are the Democrats and who are the Republicans, right? Who did? Okay, so the liberal, touchy-feely, feminists, Nazis. No, I mean they're going to be they're pro, right? We'll just all we have to do is ask if you're pro or con anthropogenic, and then ask your party affiliation, and then there'll be a correlation, correct? And the correlation will be statistically significant. And then if we want to investigate this further, there's some very strong research. There's some research coming out that's anti-anthropogenic. And where's that research coming from? Or who's it being funded by? Sure, the oil companies. And then if we look, and then most of the global warming proponents is coming out of the universities. Why? Because everyone knows that the universities are touchy-feely liberals, correct? They're all Democrats, unless you're going to the University of Phoenix, right? Because they're all Republicans and they all believe in private enterprise. So what we're saying is that your particular political biases will also will influence how you do science and what you. So who's right? Of course, since I'm a liberal, the liberals are right. But according to Hess, what's the point? Yeah, the point is that your particular political beliefs, your psychological beliefs, your educational conditioning, your culture has a role in how you do science. But and then what's interesting is that the con people are now saying that, just so that I'm fair, the people against global warming are saying it's a conspiracy. So it's a conspiracy by whom? Or if you want to follow this up, and then from a logical point of view, who would be pushing the conspiracy of global warming being anthropogenic? You're touchy-feely environmentalists, right? But translate that into business, because that's what drives. No, I mean, the oil companies aren't going to be. Okay, they want the business for oil, but who's perpetuating the global warming theory? Who are the evil, nasty people? I mean, if you're an oil person, right? Because everybody thinks the other side is evil. It's the green industry, I think. So if you take a survey among the owners of green companies like the solar panels, etc., and you say, and in the survey, do you believe in the anthropogenic cause of global warming? What are they going to say? Yes, of course. And so, what's the latest scandal of the Obama administration? Is that there's a panel company, solar panel company in Fremont Valley, in Fremont, California, that was supposed to be the model for green technology and how it's going to resurrect the economy and how it's going to create jobs. And then we find out that the company is completely corrupt and taking the take from the Democrats. So it can be. I'm just trying to be fair, but the important point is not who's right, but your particular political proclivities will even dictate how you do your science, which is Hess's main point. So if we go from cell structure let's go to that section on technical natural national culture, and what and what we're talking about are what he talks about. Hess talks about the difference between the French and the Brits. The Brits do bad science because they got bad teeth, right? You got to come up with a Brit joke. How do you tell a naked Brit in a snowstorm? You can't. Oh, good. Let's see. How do you tell a Brit at an orgy? I don't get it. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's kind of funny, actually. That's very good. Well, mine was that he's the one eating the grapes. Because, all the Brits are sexually repressed, right? I mean, the French knows that because, during one of these political controversies, the French French cabinet minister happens to be a woman, by the way. Says, those Brits are all a bunch of fags anyway. A cultural difference, right? I hope you're not British. Huh? You look British. No. I don't mean to pick on the Brits, but somebody's got to. Anyway, so what Hess is arguing is according to do you get it? He's the one eating the grapes. You get it, right? You don't. Okay, that's all right. It's a cultural joke. So, Okay, here's an Australian joke, because the Aussies don't get it much either, and it could apply to the Americans. See, there's this Australian. I mean, there are these two Australians, and they're sitting on the log next to the billy bog, underneath a coolabah tree. And this frantic tourist comes by, and he's lost, and he's got to talk to somebody. He's really panicking. He says, "Parlez-vous français?" And the two Brits says, "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" And not Brits, the Aussies say, "C'est con, Lama." What have I left out? Oh, Spanish. How do you say? How do you speak Spanish? Yeah, habla español. So anyway, so finally the tourist stomps off and mutters to himself about the Australians. And then, so one of the Australians says to the other, says, "You know, maybe we should learn another language." And the other Australian says, "Why bother? That bloke knew 5 and it didn't get him anywhere." I mean, right? I mean, okay. So, okay, I picked on both the Brits and the Aussies, and I feel good. God, they deserve to be picked on. But according to Hess, in terms of national culture, is that the French come from a tradition. I mean, if you look at the way the French do engineering, they're deductive and very mathematical. And if you look at the Brits, they're very empirical and inductive. And according to Hess, in the history of science, you can trace this back to the grand masters of science in the two cultures. So the French go back to Descartes, and the Brits go back to Francis Bacon. And because they venerate these figures, that tradition and other reasons continues to today, is that the French are much more deductive and mathematical and snooty, you know, all that kind of savoir-faire nonsense. So even in cultures, then, as well as individuals, you will see two different styles or two different approaches towards this enterprise that's supposed to be completely objective, which is not. So, okay. And so this is a background to the meeting. And the question that we're going to ask is, we're going to take a look at an overview of Chinese technology and science, and then ask what's called the Needham question, which is, given the science and technology that China had, why did the scientific revolution not take place in China? And then in Unit 2, we're going to ask the question, why did it take place in Europe? So, first of all, we're going to look at the negative as to why the Chinese did not have a scientific revolution. Then we'll be able to do the positive and to answer the question, why did the scientific revolution take place in Europe? And not only took place in Europe, but took off in some particular countries. And the particular countries turned out to be Protestant countries. So this is the cultural question that we're asking in regard to science and technology. So, This last time we touched on is that among other inventions, such as the stirrup, the horse collar, the iron plow, the Chinese invented statistics, the compass, paper, mechanical loom, the glass furnace, paper, and block printing before the Europeans. And here's an example, and I'll get back to this, but to introduce, this is Pascal's triangle, which was invented about 1,000 years before Pascal. So, again, keep in mind, with this advancement not only in science and technology, why did China, and this is the needed question, not have a scientific revolution? What was it particular to the European culture that allowed or that made it possible for the scientific revolution in the 16th, 17th century to take place in Europe, and in particular Northern Europe, and not Southern Europe, although scientific revolution did start out in Europe. That the blast furnace was necessary before they could produce iron and steel in mega quantities in order to supply what? Their army, yeah, the military. And the military was necessary, huge military was necessary because to keep the people down because they had a huge bureaucracy, right? So we can see all the cultural and political, social aspects of the Chinese going in the direction of mega technology. And part of the reason, whether it's the cause or the effect, is that one of the pieces that fit into this idea of mega technology is the blast furnace. The other inventions, block printing, in fact, this is even movable type. And so we can, and we talked about this last time, why did if the Chinese invented movable type, why didn't they have, why did it not take off, as in the case of Europe, with the Gutenberg press?
Too many characters.
Too many characters. But it did work as block printing. And as block printing, then you can have a more accurate science. Because what you would do is, once you got an accurate picture of a factory, of a loom, or an architectural plan, then what you do is make a block print of it, and then you can repeat it over and over again in complete accuracy, which you can't do if you're just, if you're drawing pictures in a cave, which the Europeans were doing at that time. So you can see the advancement of technology between the Europeans and the Chinese. Whereas the Chinese were inventing print, the Europeans were drawing hunting pictures in the caves. Well, I'm exaggerating, but for hyperbole, for contrast and pedagogical reason, I'm allowed to exaggerate. Another invention was the paper factory. And again, what we see here is that it's really not a craft industry. So you could even argue that the prototype of the factory originated in China. Now, in this case, if we go back to the Pacey reading, who discovered, or who isolated, or which culture, which people isolated saltpeter?
Indians?
Yeah, the Indians. But what the Chinese were able to do is take the saltpeter and used it in order to invent gunpowder. And the interesting thing is that this was the main use for gunpowder, even though they used it for military purposes. That you know, the Chinese were into firecrackers because it was part of their culture, it's part of their Buddhist culture, and so you see where even religion ties into this gestalt of a particular type of science and technology that we can say is uniquely Chinese. But why didn't they use the gunpowder in cannons or guns?
They didn't have it at the time?
They what?
Did they not have it at the time? Did they not have them at the time?
I'm sorry, once more.
Did they not have them at that time, that period of time? Were they not created?
No, they didn't. They didn't have cannons, and they didn't have guns. And the question is, why not?
Necessity.
Could be necessity.
Most weapons of war were.
Yeah, they were pretty effective. I mean, they were more effective mechanically and technically than their adversaries. But you see, the interesting thing is that they had the metalwork, right? They have the gunpowder. And the logical thing to do is put them together. And I think necessity is a good answer. Because the Japanese had the same. Why didn't the Japanese invent the cannon and the gun, I guess, whatever you call it?
They use it on naval, for naval stuff, right? So if you're defending a fort or if you're on a ship, the cannon was better used than just on land. So you have to lug them around.
You mean, no, they didn't. I mean, the Japanese and the Chinese.
The Chinese wouldn't though, because they don't.
Yeah, but no, the Chinese and the Japanese did not invent the cannon. They did not invent the gun. And the question is, why not?
I was saying they didn't need it as much as the Europeans would need it.
Yeah, that's the
As far as I was talking about like expansion with the sea and stuff. They use it more for forts and for ships than you do just pull them around on land. They're fighting.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Go ahead.
I think at least with Japan, I think a big thing was that they were afraid guns that would sort of equalize the military base and the peasantry to the.
I think that's an interesting argument. Because if you have guns, you destroy the samurai aristocratic culture. You can give it anybody can use a gun. That's why, I mean, in the West they called it the equalizer, right? You didn't have to be big, you didn't have to be strong. All you had to do was, and so it was more democratic. And both the Chinese society and the Japanese society were aristocratic feudal societies. So, good point. It shifted the agricultural production center from the north to the south, where the land was a lot wetter. And but in the case of Europe, when the Europeans got it, it shifted the agricultural center from the south, near the Mediterranean, like places like Greece, Sicily, Italy, shifted it north. From the south of Spain, shifted it north, places like France and Germany. Again, where you could use this plow. So again, what we're saying is that there's all these technological connections going on with geography, not only with culture and society, but also with geography, and it permeates everyone, including agriculture. About the stirrup. So, there are those who argue that it's just one invention that created medieval feudalism. entire social structure, culture, economic system would go back to the stirrup. Because with the stirrup, what you needed was a fighting machine with armor and lance. And then, as we mentioned before, feudalism was basically a big horse ranch, which a bunch of peasants to grow food, and crafts and blacksmiths in order to build the armor, and basically a European version of the range. When you look at technology, I think you can look at plant technology, so it doesn't have to be metal technology. In this case, going back to the Pacey reading, one of the most significant inventions was the hybrid with the plant cherry rice. It was very sturdy, hybrid, and you can grow it in 2 seasons. So you have a combination of factors that are shifting the agricultural production center from the north to the south, and this helped do it because now you had the iron plow, the iron mobile plow that would allow you to plant the rice in soils where you were able to plant it before. Pacey makes the interesting demonstration that Champa rice was distributed widely in China as a consequence of who? Or what? What organizational factor enters into the picture here? Government. Which is to us is counterintuitive because we think if the government interferes, nothing is going to happen, or it won't change. And yet, in ancient China, it was the government that's the vehicle, not only of irrigation technology, which required a huge bureaucracy, but also farm technology. So, if we look at science in China, this is a drawing of a comet that was in 1664, and later on you understand the significance of the comets in European tradition, why it was so important to discover not only the comet but the location of the comet. And but this is to show that the Chinese in the 17th century were as advanced in astronomy as the Europeans were in the 17th century. And so this was done. This was taken from some Chinese propaganda. But it's interesting in this propaganda thing, since before the communists came to power, much of the scientific work done in China in the 19th century and early 20th century had been done by foreigners, which is true. And that's because by the 19th and 20th century, the Europeans and the Americans for the West had become very advanced in science and technology, thanks to the thanks to the scientific revolution, which we'll be talking about in the next unit. Mao dabbled with physics. He enjoyed talking to internationally renowned scientists and applied some physics theories to Chinese communism. And who's Mao? Mao Zedong, Chinese God, right? But notice that in their propaganda, they're claiming this guy was very knowledgeable in science. Unlike our leaders, right? They're not knowledgeable. I don't know what they're knowledgeable. But what the Chinese are saying now is that we put a high value to science and technology. And probably even a higher value is because the reason China was occupied, the reason the Japanese, well, the Japanese occupied too, or were occupied just because of our superior science and technology, especially when applied to a military force. Because the Chinese were sitting there in terms of the ships. When the Chinese came into Hong Kong, there were the ships sitting there with their cannons ready to bombard. And the Chinese were sitting there with no defense for it. Mainly because there's no need for it. And because they didn't have cannons. And they didn't have guns at that time. And so, more on the science. In measurement is that, I'm exaggerating, but here's the way they counted in Europe about the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3, bunch. Right? Very sophisticated. It was a joke. Thank you for laughing. But what we're saying is that the Chinese were much more sophisticated in measurement and numbers than the Europeans. Because, remember they're all Viking motorcycle brands, right? And again, here's Chinese mathematics. This was done before Pascal. That 1,000 years they had Pascal's triangle before Pascal came up. And yet we call it Pascal's triangle because we think that Pascal invented this mathematical technique in statistics. And can anybody explain this? What's going on here? And why Pascal was interested in developing statistics? It was a necessity. Because Pascal was because he was an indignant gambler, right? So this is to figure out, to calculate the odds of getting certain cards. Chinese probably did it for the same thing. Gambling. Macau. Has anybody been to Hong Kong? Anybody been to China, the Orient? Is that there's some guy from Las Vegas went to China. See, this guy's smart now. Macau has the largest gambling. It's the largest gambling city in the world, and the American from Las Vegas is now a multi-billionaire, which is because he understood exactly. He understood the culture. Others wouldn't think about the Chinese being gamblers, but this guy knew it, and so he took his casino operation, planted in Hong Kong, planted near Hong Kong, and now it's, like I said, it made Adelson a multi-billionaire. And Addison's kind of interesting because he's a secular Jew who's also very conservative, so he's spending his billions on the Republican Party and the Tea Party, and he's one of, and he and Koch brothers are two of the billionaires who are strongly accompanying money into the Republican caucus. This comes from the 3rd century BC. And it's just saying, when the handle of the different points to the east at nightfall, it's spring in all the world. What's wrong with that? I mean, scientifically, we know today.
not taking into account the hemispheres?
Yeah. Or north-south hemisphere, right? It's not spring in Australia. It's the opposite. So evidently then they didn't know about it. I mean, they weren't advanced enough to realize that part. It is summer in all over the world. But on the other hand, the Chinese at that time called themselves the Middle Kingdom. Basically the center of the universe. So maybe that's what got in the way. I mean, that they were, since they were the center of the world, it should be somewhere all over the world. As the handle of the dipper revolves above, so affairs are set below. And then it says the Chinese and Anasazi, learn the Anasazi, by the way. About
Native Americans.
Native Americans, right. And both the Anasazi and the Chinese, about the same time, recorded the supernova, at the same time, recorded the supernova in Taurus in 1054. In the West, we were not able to record even see a supernova until the 17th century. And one of the interesting questions is why were the Anasazi and the Chinese able to spot this phenomena in celestial phenomena while we weren't able to? Sure.
Cultural stability, patrons for the arts and sciences.
Okay, how does that explain? What's the difference?
Europe was in the Dark Ages.
No, yeah. Okay, I think that's one part of it.
Right. And Saudi probably had a stable enough civilization to be able to consistently record those discoveries
As did the Chinese first. Also, yeah, that could be another reason too, is that in Europe, it rains all the time. You couldn't keep track of the stars as much as you could in the Southwest. Yeah. And it could be a cultural reason too. Exactly. Well, that would point out to something that would be very interesting, is that the Anasazi were even, at one time, were more advanced than the Europeans. Where's that? In New Mexico, there's an Anasazi room. What's it called? Chaco Canyon. It's an interesting area because it's also, the New Age people love it because it's in the middle of nowhere, and they've got so they go down there during the summer solstice because they think it's people up in Boulder, right? They think it's a holy place, a sacred place, and so they all converge down in Chaco. And my wife and I were there maybe 20, 30 years ago. And so we went over there and got the usual tour guide. I mean, and the forest ranger says, yeah, these. So what they showed was a panorama of these very primitive people. So it depends on perspective. And then when Janice looked at it, she said, these aren't primitive people. She says they were very beautiful people. Had high, I mean, they had a very, very stylistic, high cultural style of life until the drought hit, and then the drought wasn't, they weren't able to deal with the drought, so just left the whole thing. But it depends on your perspective too, because we're conditioned to see indigenous Americans as primitive people. And therefore, when we make a panorama or tell that story, we portray them as these little brown people who didn't have much technology. whereas this is evidence that their technology at that time was probably more advanced than the European technology. So this is a theory that came out in the 10th century. And it's a heliocentric theory. And why is that unusual? Or, sure, Rodney?
Because that predates Galileo?
Yeah, predates Galileo. Remember, the big discovery that caused the scientific revolution was not only Galileo, but before him, Copernicus. And Copernicus proposed this very radical theory that the sun was the center of the universe at that time. And before that, what was it believed? Before Copernicus?
The Earth was the center of the universe.
Sure, the Earth was the center of the universe. So here, the Chinese came up with this theory 1,000 years before Copernicus came up with the same theory. The difference is that we were able to take this theory and turn it into a scientific revolution. The Chinese mathematicians invented the decimal point and believed to have developed the concept of zero, and then introduced it to the Hindus, who introduced it to the Arabs, and finally passed it to Europe in the Middle Ages. If you're from India, you would object to this because the Indians believe that they invented the concept of zero. If you talk to the Muslims, they're going to object to it because they believe that the Muslims invented the concept of zero. And so, obviously, this is coming from a Chinese source, correct? So, who invented the calculus?
What was the question?
Who invented the calculus?
Newton.
Newton. If you're Anglo-Saxon. According to the French, Huygens invented the calculus. So if you're going to the French school and there's a multiple choice question that says who invented the calculus, Huygens, Newton, blah, 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 and you put down Newton, it would be wrong, correct? So according to the Germans, who invented the calculus? Who? No, Leibniz. So the correct answer, so who invented the calculus, multiple choice question? Newton, Huygens, Leibniz, none of the above. What's the correct answer? Depends on the culture. Depends on who you're getting with that, correct? But that is, all of the above would be the correct answer. So, I mean, for a cultural thing. But if you didn't have all of the all of the above, it would depend on where you're going to school. And that's important, the cultural factor in all of this. Chinese medicine and acupuncture, which is kind of interesting because if you look at modern China now, is that they take two incommensurable paradigms that we think are in conflict with each other, which is the old ancient medicine, that's an herbal medicine, involves this concept of qi, which is force, involves this idea of illness is a consequence of some imbalance in the body. So the whole idea of medicine under this paradigm is to restore that balance. And so they would say the reason acupuncture works is because it stimulates the force within the body in a way that will balance the body to take away, to cure the symptoms. So, and I don't know, is anybody going to an acupuncturist? Curious. Have you? What was it like, or what do you think? It helped. Couldn't, it's not scientific. Right? I mean, according to our paradigm. Right, according to our paradigm. But the Chinese are perfectly happy of using Western and Eastern medicine, combining synthesis. And so my feeling is that I'd rather get sick in China than I'd rather get sick in Mexico than America, right? So the doctors are better in Mexico.
Prescriptions are cheaper.
But we have a I'm sorry?
I said prescriptions are cheaper.
Yeah, exactly. So why not? But we got a cultural bias. And you say, oh my God, you can't drink the water down there, you get medicine, everything's unsanitary. I'm not going to go to the hospital. But it's cheaper. So now, it's, there's this called health vacations, I guess. I've forgotten exactly what to call it. Is that you would go down and have your operation in Mexico and then spend the time on the beach to recuperate. Rest up before you get the operation cheap, and then recuperate on the beach in Acapulco. And the people, so, but our cultural biases keeps us from doing that, because we all know that Mexican medicine must be terrible. And besides that, it's like, God, it must be terrible. So what the Chinese, one way of doing, of summarizing Chinese science and technology is they put it all together in navigation. One place they put it all together was in navigation. And this comes from the History Channel, so of course you can't trust it. You've got pretty pictures. You need them in Chinese science is what you're reading. And so a little bit about his background. He's a Scottish doctor. So he is married to Adeline Montgomery, who is a French-Irish composer and music teacher, which I think is a really interesting combination, because you have a musician and a scientist. And in computer science, we're seeing a convergence of musical thinking, programming, scientific thinking. Like at MIT, about 20 years ago, the sociologist was looking at the computer science majors at MIT, and all of them had 90%, or most of them, the best of them, had an interest in Bach and Mozart. And sociologists asked why, and the computer scientists, not being very verbal, right? Just so listen, and then they played Bach, and it was polyphony, in which it was the same melody repeated over and over again, but each time a little different. Well, that's recursion. That's recursion. That's the way we think. So it's a new type of thinking that's emerging from the sciences that is very powerful. But going back, as I said, I needed a break, and biochemistry and biology, and morphogenesis, whatever. What's morphogenesis? It's how different forms in biology emerge. Right? Figure it out. You don't have to look it up. So anyway, while he was at Cambridge, 3 Chinese scientists came to work with him. And one was Jian. It dates in 1904, 1991, and eventually, I think when his first wife died, Needham ended up marrying the Chinese chemist, and the Chinese chemist turns out to be a daughter of the pharmacist, and there was some kind of controversy with the marriage, mainly because Gladwell was a good communist, right? And Needham comes from a very conservative Tory British family, and so.
Biochemist, but he was a number of other things as well. He was a chain smoker, a great singer, and he was an inveterate woman. He loved women. Well, he married a woman called Dorothy, also a biochemist, and they settled down to what one might have thought was a sort of blameless left-wing Cambridge intellectual life. But everything changed in 1937 when from Nanjing, in eastern China, came a young and rather beautiful Chinese woman student called Liu Guozhen, studying under Dorothy Needham. Well, Joseph, womanizer that he was, fell in love with her and started an affair which essentially lasted the rest of their life. The interesting thing about Guozhen was not just the erotic and romantic side of the story, but the fact that she taught him Chinese. And in teaching him Chinese, first of all the written language and then the spoken language, so a door opened on an immensely complicated and utterly alien civilization, and he became utterly fascinated by it.
And part of the reason he's able to do it is because he's British. And the Brits are much more tolerant towards being eccentric, being different, thinking outside of the box, and not being a conformist than the Americans. And I think that's a major cultural difference. And, but Needham, it mentioned that Needham was basically actually Needham and his wife got along very well, but his Chinese wife got along very well, is because, as it mentioned in the videotape, Needham comes from a very conservative Tory family, but he himself was a left-wing, not a communist, but a left-wing radical within Cambridge, which was pretty common at that time. So, but for that reason too, he was controversial because he wasn't the traditional establishment type of scientist with conservative, political beliefs. So, in the video, it mentions his book, which is Science and Civilization in China, and these are the volumes in it: Introduction, Orientations, History of Scientific Thought, Mathematics and the Sciences, in the Heavens and the Earth, Physics and Physical Technology, Chemistry, Technology, Biology, Biological Technology, and then the social background. And of course, what I like about Needham is because as a true scientist, he's very empirical. When he went to China and when he wrote the book, he's not like, he didn't have, I mean, he says, to be truly scientific about it, I'm just going to describe what happened in China without, try to be as objective as I can without some type of ideology behind it. And the reason for that is because he wanted to answer what is now called the Needham question, which is what?
Why China fell so far behind?
Yeah, why China fell. Well, more specifically, why, put it in other terms, is that why didn't they break away from the past in scientific thinking like the Brits were able to do? Because everything you looked at China, it says that if anybody should have a scientific revolution, it should be the Chinese and not the Europeans, or So that was basically the Needham question. And and that's the reason for volume 7, the social background, is because he thought the answer to the Needham question, to the Chinese question, could be found in the social and political and cultural background, or cultural background of China and the Chinese. So there's Needham's grand question: why China had been overtaken by the West. So I guess you're right. Why, not so much why it was behind, because China was actually ahead, but why it was overtaken by the West in science and things, and technology, despite its earlier success. So what does, and there's the Chinese characters were basically science, scientific thought. And so one of the early reasons that, the reasons that Needham came up with was because precisely what we've been talking about is that the Confucian government was highly bureaucratic. And the other answer he came up with is that they practiced at that time what was called Taoism. And as a consequence of Taoism, according to Needham, thought that the Taoist religion was basically anti-science. And so those are two of the early hypotheses that Needham came up with, asked to explain why China had been overtaken by the West in science and technology. Needham, given his context, practicing science, practicing biochemistry in the 30s in Europe, in England, considered Taoism anti-science, or a possible reason that China fell behind, or China was overtaken by the West in science and technology.
It's a religion that looks inwards, not outwards.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer. I think there are others too. Is that like also in the Middle Ages, people weren't concerned with the external world. It looks inward. And we'll see the same thing in the transition from the feudal age in Europe as you suddenly have that Chinese scientific revolution in which everything switches from inward to outward. I think that's a good answer, and I think that's what Needham would say, is that Taoists are really not concerned with the external world, and above all, not concerned about exploiting it or controlling it, which is the aim of modern science back in the 30s. So I think if you look at that equation, that first of all, when you have also a very bureaucratic government, according to Needham, that's going to impede science. Although, if we look at the Pacey reading, that didn't seem to have that much of an effect back in ancient times. In fact, the bureaucracy in the government in China, as huge as it was able to promote at least technologies such as the irrigation system and also the champ of rice that Pacey talked about. Now, Chase, according to Pacey, and I think Needham documents, is that one period of technology, I mean, incredible advances in science and technology was during the end, in the Han Dynasty, which is the first dynasty, Chinese dynasty, and also towards the end. So, what's the end of the Han Dynasty, or the beginning of the Han Dynasty? Somebody look it up. Is anybody connected? What is this? Everybody's paying attention. Okay, but, you know, well, the couple of things, if you look at this movie as a technitotal, is that this happened before the birth of Christ. So it's BC. So you can see how much further ahead the Chinese were in terms of technology than the Europeans. The other thing is that it's a particular type of technology which I've emphasized over and over, it's mega technology. And other things that are kind of interesting from the modern point of view is that if you look at Chinese movies, women have a much stronger role in these movies than Western movies. And there's a historical reason for that, which we'll get to later when we go back to the question of China, where China is today in terms of science and technology. Some other things that Needham covers. About the same time, independently as the Greek philosophers in the West and other civilizations, Chinese philosophers and natural philosophers made significant advances in science, technology, and mathematics. For example, in astronomy, they were among the first to record observations of comets, solar eclipses. Not only did they record solar eclipses, they could predict them with greater accuracy than in the West. And then, as I mentioned before, they also were recorded along with the same. Observations of a supernova 1,000 years before the West did. It has something to do with epistemology. Keep that in mind when we look at the scientific revolution in the next unit. Going back to that Red Cliff movie, who turns out, I mean, from the trailer, could you figure out who turns out to be the hero of the movie?
Probably that guy with the sword.
The guy with
Yeah, Tony Long. That's
Out of the light.
yeah, that's the actor's name is Tony Long.
Dance and this type of stuff. So what was probably his religion?
It's probably a Taoist.
Probably a Taoist. Yeah. So here we have an anomaly in Needham's theory, because evidently Taoism was not anti-science, according to this movie. It may be anti-science according to Needham, but within the context of the movie, that was basically what won the war, the Civil War in favor of the so-called good guys, was because of because of the Taoist, so-called Taoist science. But we wouldn't call it science, right? We call it Boulder hocus pocus or whatever they do, you know. We call it magic. My kids call it cruddy, right? But we're looking at. So what we're looking at now are what we call two different ways of knowing. And then in this course, we're going to shift into different paradigms as to how we know things. And why and how different cultures at different times, what was considered knowledge in previous times and previous places, specifically what we call scientific knowledge.
Children start learning the basic skills aged 4 and practice every day.
There's an organization, international organization, called PISA. I'm not sure what the acronym stands for, but what they do is they give an achievement test to 15-year-olds all across the country, all across the world. And the achievement test is for 15-year-olds, and it's in reading, mathematics, and science. So which countries perform the best?
The Asian ones?
Asian countries. But specific Asian countries that use the Chinese character. So we're talking about Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore. On the very top, almost as outliers, are students from Singapore. If you take the top 10, there's one European anomaly in there, it's Finland. Why Finland is here? It's an interesting question. The other, you could say originally it's because Finland's a socialistic country, so maybe it's because they're socialistic and they have an education system that's socialistic. But it turns out that Korea and Japan are not. They're very capitalistic. Chinese. So it's an interesting phenomenon. Some interesting data to look at. Yeah. So. A contemporary question that I'd like to look at is that why are the Asian countries in the 21st century now overtaking the Europeans? Right? Because we know back in the 17th century, the Europeans overtook the Chinese. So that's what we're going to study, and that's what we're going to look at. And we're going to look at some reasons as to how that happened. Now, I would like to ask the question, why are the Asian countries overtaking the European countries? With the exception of Finland. I don't know, I didn't even know where Finland is, or I didn't. I had to look it up. Where is Finland? Yeah. By Sweden, yeah. They gave the same tests in Finland they examined the tests in Finland, see, Finland was occupied by the Swedes for a long time. So right now, because people think, well, maybe there's an economic factor. But when they gave the same tests in Finland, it turns out that, I mean, demographically, the Finns are better educated, come from richer families, older families. I mean, basically, economically better off than the native Finns, or the indigenous Finns. So when they gave the exam and divided it up between the Swedes, the people, the former Swedes, I mean, they're Finnish now, but they speak Swedish, and they continue to maintain the Swedish culture. So when they compared the Finns with the Swedes, who came out on top? 50-50. Take a stab. What? The Finns. That's an anomaly. That's because we know, please turn up, because we know the Swedes are dumb. No, but it's an interesting anomaly, because everyone was predicting that the Swedes would come out on top, is because they're the elite in Finland. They're the economically well off. They're the ones who go back to the better schools. And yet, when they gave the exam, it turned out that the Finns came out on top. I don't know. So, the other inventions that the Chinese, that Pacey talked about, is the Bessemer process actually goes back to the Chinese. And yet, today, who's the tops in steel making of the Asian? Well, I think of all countries. Or two countries that are at the top, Germany and Japan, right? And the other thing that this relates back to your Pacey reading is because remember, according to Pacey, the way technology progresses is between a dialogue between two different cultures, and he argues that dialogue should be a dialogue between equals. Who was the warlord? Genghis Khan. And what did he do? What? Conquered China. Most of China. Yeah. So you have to, and probably. What technology enabled them to do it that the Chinese didn't have originally? The what? The stirrup. And also the compound bow. And those are very primitive, simple technologies. And so we should have learned that. I mean, we should have learned that lesson when we went into Iraq with our mega technologies, right? Suicide bomber is a lot cheaper than a drone, and probably just as effective, but a different technototem and a different value system and a different economic system. So technology works depending on the culture and also depending on its purpose. Marco Polo is mentioned here is because when Marco Polo went to China from Italy, he was completely amazed as to how advanced, this was in the 15th century, how advanced Asia was. And this included the Near East. Is that he went back and says, I don't know what's going on, but all these people are a lot more advanced than we are, and we got to go over it and start learning. So that again goes back to that same question, the Nita question. Why did the scientific revolution story should not take place in one of these countries when it appears, even reported from the Western perspective, which is Marco Polo going back to Italy and saying, and this is, these people are way ahead of us.
When I first got the idea to do the Marco Polo route, I wanted to do it for the sheer adventure of it. I started with an open mind. I decided I was going to use his book, like my guidebook, and travel the route and make up my own mind as to whether he did it or not. The feel of this place is definitely, for me, 13th century. It's as like nothing has changed here in 700 years. I come here, I feel like I'm seeing exactly what Marco saw. So whether you become a believer or not, what you're about to see is one of the greatest overland journeys you've ever made.
Notice a different perspective is that he says this is just like it was in the 13th century when Marco Polo went. But when Marco Polo went in the 13th century, he said, good God, this is a different world. It's an alien world that's twice, 3, 4 times as advanced, more advanced than European civilization in the 13th century. So, I mean, why the West overtook Asia in both science and technology around the 15th and 16th century, when the evidence, or the empirical evidence, shows that the Asian civilizations at that time were superior to Western technology and science. And again, you'll be reading Needham's answers, and whether or not the correct ones is up to you to decide. And one reason he argues that at that time in the 16th, 17th century, the Chinese political system was hostile to scientific progress. I don't know. It could be argued.